reports that summer 2024 has been the hottest on record in the Northern Hemisphere.
Wir haben eine Klimakatastrophe und machen einfach so weiter wie bisher.
Store dele af landet har i dag været ramt af sky.
Klimaatverandering. Die donkere wolk die eraan zit te komen als we op deze manier doorgaan.
Très clair, si rien n'est fait, c'est la fin annoncée de notre civilisation.
Temperaturen en bit över 30-gradersstrecket på sina håll.
It's called desertification.
The General says the world is heading for a catastrophe unless climate change is prioritized.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome here in the room and on the screens to this very special event, a day where we will discuss the question whether or not climate communication can overcome the bad news problem. Quite a big topic. We're coming to you here from the wonderful Bibliothèque Solvay in Brussels, with guests in the room but also on the screens, both through the Vattenfall broadcast as well as on the We Don't Have Time platform that is airing as part of New York Climate Week, so very exciting. My name is Anouk Ives. I'm head of media at Vattenfall, together with Dr. Mark Lee Hunter, who is one of the founding members of the Global Investigative Journalism Network, and also in the past years at one point one of my professors. I will be your host and moderator for today. Mark, happy to be here?
Yeah, we've got a rather important question to deal with, which is how do we tell people unpleasant truths without driving them away? We know from recent research that a significant share of the public finds news, including climate news specifically, too depressing to contemplate. Okay, and the Reuters Institute showed us that most recently. Today we're hearing from a very diverse global movement of individuals and organizations that are focused on fact-based climate coverage and communication. We've included communication, which is not quite the same thing as journalism, because many players besides journalists shape this information environment we're working in. And we're taking the bet that we can learn something from each other about how to engage and inform people. Okay, on a personal note, I've advocated for that kind of cooperation with progressive businesses, NGOs, and other forces well over a decade. Okay, so we're casting a wide net in this first session. We're going to focus on the news industry in the second session and on disinformation in the third. Now, we've been preparing this for 8 months, and everywhere we looked, we saw innovation and experiments. This is a sign that the climate story is changing our work and it's changing our product. We hope today to find out more about what's working and how it can scale and how we can measure our impact. One of those impacts is building networks. So we hope you're going to get the chance to meet and talk with each other and, to meet the speakers and other people who may have some bearing on your work and may be able to help you do it better. In other words, we hope you're going to take strength from what other parts of this very large movement are doing.
Indeed. And in a few minutes, we'll hear from our very first speaker of today, Åsa Jamal, Vattenfall's Senior Vice President for Communication. But first, let's take a look at what climate change reporting tends to look like and how that makes us feel.
Climate change is one of the most critical issues of our time. Yet the news coverage it receives is often fraught with negativity and fear. It's an echo chamber of toxicity. And it's not just in your imagination. 80% of international press are reporting negatively on climate progress. News audiences recall larger volumes of negative reporting than in reality. 70% expect to personally feel the effects of climate change in their lifetime. 63% feel concerned when reading climate change news. Social media algorithms and activists amplify this negative sentiment. Experiencing these feelings doesn't come as a surprise if we take 2023's news agenda on the climate crisis. Extreme weather events and disasters. The hottest year since 1940 on a global level. $23 billion weather and climate disasters in the US alone from January to August. Climate change is a complex topic. Covering it requires investment in talent, training, and reporting. combating mistrust, negativity, and misinformation about climate change. Can the cycle be broken?
Hello everyone, great to be here. A very warm welcome to all of you both in the room and online. I will be joining you in your seats shortly because I'm so much looking forward to take part of what our distinguished guests will be sharing about how to move on with climate communication. Because we must move on, that is. And when I say we, I don't imply that we're all kind of in the same boat or part of the same team. We actually have pretty different roles. We as Vattenfall, with a very strong purpose of enabling the fossil freedom that drives society forward, we want to invest, and to invest we need to make money, and we want to make money, and that is kind of our ways of operating. We have journalists in the room with a completely different mission to kind of scrutinize business, politics, facts, finding the underlying threads and the makings of society. NGOs with the ambition to kind of change the world for the better. We have students, we have some politicians, and we have people from the general public. And we all have different roles, and that is fine and well. But we also do have things in common. Enough things in common to make it actually possible to talk about a we when it comes to combating climate change. And it comes down to that human dimension. And I think that when closing on the purpose of today, I would like to circulate a little bit around that human aspect of communication around climate change. And starting with myself, since I'm one of the persons that I know the best, I have been working with strategic communication my entire life in the media industry, in telecoms, and now in energy. And I love the news and current affairs. I just love it. I think it influenced my choice of education. It influenced my choice of choosing to work within this field of business. And when I was a kid, I used to watch the TV news with my father every night at 7:30. And he never made me turn away or kept my ears or made me look in the other direction, but always constantly encouraged me to ask questions to understand how things are connected to each other. And as an adult, I think that when I'm a little bit bored or I have a few minutes over, I turn to the news. And I get that kind of tingle every time, and I know it's a little bit of a fix. And I know that not everyone loves the news as much as I do. And I know that there's talk about people turning away from the news, but I never had that experience myself, ever, until just recently, when I just got that feeling that I just couldn't turn on the evening news. I just couldn't, and I didn't. And there was nothing in particular on that night. It was something about the war in the Ukraine. It was some human interest story. It was probably something about that you can get cardiac arrest if you lie awake at night wondering about where the world is heading. But it was nothing in particular that we don't hear every day. It was like I just reached my ultimate bad news tolerance level. And for those of you colleagues listening, I'm back with the news, so you don't need to worry. But it also made me understand a little bit more about the mechanisms turning away from news, of course. And those mechanisms are something that we at Vattenfall spend quite a lot of time thinking about. And why do we do that? I've already gotten that question. Well, it's because we want to understand the human dimension of how to combat climate change. And we want to understand how to talk about climate change in a way that actually drives agency and not despair. And one of the reasons for that is that as a large energy company operating at the heart of the energy transition, we feel that we have the obligation to spread the hope that we are actually experiencing. And that hope is based on first-hand insights into technology development, regulatory development, the insight that a lot of companies over the world are doing their utmost at this very moment to change their business models, to change their technology, to change their supply chains, to make the green transition happen. Of course, we don't only experience hope. We also experience frustration and irritation, and sometimes perhaps a little tiny bit of despair as well, when things are moving too slow, when the opposition towards the transition rears its sometimes quite ugly head, when we see that misinformation catches on and have a lot of consequences out there in the world around us. But the big picture is still pretty clear, that the direction is there. We have some question marks around the pace right now. So as a large company then, really interested in keeping the world on its schedule, making sure that we don't turn away from the targets that we've set for 2030 and 2050. How to do it? How to create the right prerequisite for our business that is actually about working for fossil freedom? Well, we are convinced that one of the ways is to make sure that our communication in general, mostly our broad communication, reaches people and our stakeholders as just people. And our stakeholders are, of course, in the full range of everything from potential to existing clients, from employees, from politicians, decision makers, opinion makers, regulators, investors, and they all have their different professional roles. But if we can reach them beyond that, talk to them as people, we believe that that is one way of actually making things happen when it comes to climate. So finding a narrative that reaches beyond is super important for us. And is there a recipe for that? Kind of 1 ounce of facts, 1 spoonful of fear, and sprinkle it with some hope on top? Well, of course not. Of course not. It's all about understanding that human dimension. And apparently the threat with global warming kind of raises some of our deepest kind of resistant mechanisms, our defense mechanisms as humans. And if we want to understand that human dimension, of course we need to also understand those defense mechanisms. And a colleague of mine seated on the balcony right now, she shared a piece of research just before summer that showed that 2/3 of the world's population are actually willing to give up some of their economical benefits to combat climate change. But they have a big question mark. It is that they don't believe that others are willing to do the same. They don't believe that their neighbors feel the same about it. And those of you versed in psychology know that this whole thing of comparative justice, it triggers something deeply inside of us. We're not keen on free riders, and we don't want to feel like we are losing out as individuals because we act. And that also made me think of another kind of sociological theory that you might be familiar with, this whole thing of the spiral of silence. Some of you are nodding, so but the spiral of silence basically says that since we're social creatures, we feel a little bit uncomfortable when we voice opinions that we think that others are not sharing. So if we think we're in a majority that thinks something else, we actually rather stay quiet. But the big problem with that is, of course, that if we stay quiet and everyone thinks the same, then it's really hard to understand what people are really thinking, what people are really believing. And that's why you don't know that I am actually willing to spend some of my money to combat climate change, and I don't know that you are willing to do the same. I'm quite convinced that there's this quiet majority out there when it comes to combating climate change. But that's my personal conviction, because there's also a lot of research that points in other directions. And just the other week, another colleague shared a report where one of the headlines said, "The future is not now." The future is not now. I mean, taste it. It's indisputably true. And what it refers to is, of course, that people have so many other challenges that they are facing as we speak, that they don't have the energy to also get involved in combating climate change on top of it all. And when people people struggle with engaging in big tomorrow issues when they have much more urgent topics, kind of today problems on their doorstep. And that is, of course, also very understandable. Well, apart from current affairs, I also love books. So what is great literature about? It's about challenging one's perspective. So what a better place to kind of talk about these topics than in a library, a bibliothèque. I do really think that these conversations can bridge the gaps that we are experiencing. And when I started, I said that we need to move. And I think that it's all about starting new conversations. It's all about moving in new directions. And some of those directions might feel a little bit uncomfortable. They might be a bit unusual. But we all need to step out of our comfort zones to make this happen. And for us at Vattenfall, arranging an event like this is actually then stepping a little bit out of our comfort zone. To kind of close, I think we know that the wider support and appetite, that there is a wider support for an appetite for climate action than people are aware of. And we know that positive framing is really, really vital. And as I think that there's a lot of people also working with communication in this room, we also share the realization that narratives work. Narratives are important and they can make a lot of difference. But what kind of stories can we tell during these circumstances? Stories that are truthful, respectful, real. Today we are together creating an arena for discussing those topics. And I really hope that those discussions will not just only be polite conversations, but a little bit of, tension as well, because otherwise we'll just have created another echo chamber here in the bibliothèque, which would be unfortunate, I think. But personally, I would so much wish for a climate narrative that is about making people feel responsible, about making us as individuals feel responsible, but perhaps not so liable, and to make us feel more knowledgeable without feeling that tang of despair. And the most important thing, make us kind of step in rather than zoom out. But is it possible? Well, we're here to find out. So thank you so much for joining us today.
That inspiring kickoff. And now it is time to meet our first panel. We will be discussing the question whether or not we can actually be balanced about climate change. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask you guys to come sit on stage. Kristen Meijer, Ulrich Hagerup, Emilia Diaz-Struck, and Angelika Pullen. Welcome, everyone. So Tom Brooks recorded his perspective for us, as he will be taking part in the New York City Climate Week today. Mark, over to you.
Thanks. Well, it does matter how we frame the news. The research is clear enough about that we don't have to argue the point. What we do have to think about is that it's not about making bad news feel or look better than it is. It's not about hiding facts or running from them. It's about connecting to the deep concerns of the people who are depending on us. So why do they care about the climate? What are they hoping for? And can we provide it while staying true to the story? Now, our first speaker is Chris Meijer. Here you are, Chris, okay. He's the director of the UCL Climate Action Unit. Chris, you're a neuroscientist, and you've said something that I found counterintuitive, okay, which was that instead of trying to make people care about the climate so they'll take action, the idea is to get them to take action, and then they care more and more about what is making them act, if I've got you correct. So how did you arrive at that conclusion? And what are the implications for the stories we tell about climate change?
Yeah, Thank you. That's a good question to kick off. Can I have the clicker?
Or do you want to take the floor here, Chris?
Yeah, okay, I'll come and stand there. Thank you very much.
Go.
So, as a neuroscientist about 20 years ago, I became interested in the question of how people form strong convictions and how that leads to polarization in society. And one of the things that I learned from the work that I was doing is that when people build really deep engagement with an issue, when we become passionate advocates for a cause, it is usually because we started to do something, and when we start taking action, we convince ourselves to a process of self-justification and self-persuasion of the importance of our action. So once we start doing, we enter that process by which we become ever more engaged in the issue, and we build up our knowledge, our beliefs change about the thing that we're working on, we become more aware about the problem, and we develop a strong emotional response to the thing that we're working on. Now, in 2015, 2016, when I started to, so because climate change was an issue that was becoming polarizing, I started to work more on climate change. And so people started to invite me to come to science and climate and environmental communications conferences. And what I heard in those conferences was the opposite. It was this model, which we call the conventional wisdom because it's so widespread. It's like, how do we give people knowledge? How do we change their beliefs about climate change? How do we raise their awareness? How do we generate an emotional response such that they will take action or their behavior will change? That's the dominant narrative in the whole world of climate comms at the moment. And there are different versions of this. So a scientist or a journalist might say, well, my business is providing facts and information to people. A teacher might say, I educate people, that's what I do. An artist or a creative person may say, I provoke an emotional response in people, that's what I do. And then there are subdivisions there, like an activist may say, the problem is that people aren't scared enough yet, we need to scare them more about climate change. And then other people might go like, no, that doesn't work. We need to create hope about climate change. And there are other ones who say, no, we need to balance fear and hope. It's about finding the right balance between them. But over and above everything, we need to tell the truth. And we're back to the facts and information. So we keep on going round in these conversations, not really finding a resolution to that. The problem why we keep stuck in these different conversations is because this model doesn't work very well. That conventional wisdom doesn't work very well, specifically when our knowledge, the education, the awareness, the feelings you want to create in people are about the problem of climate change, about the crisis. And the reason why it doesn't then work is because it doesn't help us at all with knowing how to overcome the barriers to action. And I test this constantly. When I go to conferences and meetings like this, sometimes I do an activity where I ask people to think about a moment in the past where you tried to do something for climate or the environment, but you couldn't make it happen. And then I asked them, so think about how you felt when you got stuck and you couldn't make it happen, and then think about the reasons for why you couldn't make it happen. And this is what people tell me they feel when they try that conventional wisdom model, when they try to turn their own awareness about climate change into action. It's that frustration and powerlessness of like knowing that you need to do something, but you can't make it happen. The reasons, the barriers that get in the way all of the time are the system doesn't allow me to change, or other people don't want to play along with me. So those are the two big reasons why people feel blocked and why that awareness can't translate into action. Now, psychologists have a word to describe a situation where we do know how to take action, and that's agency. We've already heard it before. Agency is knowing how to take action. There are two sources of agency. One is doing, one is taking action, because that's when you activate that learning by doing, and the actions start to change your beliefs and understanding. The second source of agency is seeing other people solve a problem. That's called social learning in psychology. We learn from seeing other people solve a problem. And that gives us a recipe for how we could tell stories about climate change that will help to translate awareness into action, which is to build agency across all layers of society. We need to tell stories of doing, not stories of concern. And it's important at that point of all layers of society, because sometimes people think, oh, are you talking about just like individuals changing, but then what about politicians and businesses and all of that? I'm talking in all of these corners of society. There are positive outliers of people who are finding their first steps in that big transition that needs to happen. Their stories of the problems they run into and how they overcome them are the stories of doing that can build the agency of other people. So if there is a recipe for talking about climate change, and I think there is one, it is to tell the stories of doing at scale of all the things that are happening in society and all the things that need to happen in society to get us through this big bottleneck.
Thank you so much, Chris. Please take a seat. We'll have some more questions. Now, Chris, creating these opportunities for doing, as you mentioned, what does that actually look like?
So from the position where you sit in your organization, in the role you take in society, think about like what's the stuff that feels slightly outside of your boundary of comfort at the moment, and think about like how do I create an opportunity to make that thing happen, because that's the thing that gets you to take a step that goes beyond what you already know to do, and that will then push your agency in the right direction.
Can I ask you for an example of that?
Yeah, there was, about 2 years ago, we were working with a big engineering firm, and we were asking the directors in the firm, like, what have you already done that is good for climate change? So getting them to think about telling their stories of action to each other. And one of them said, well, I sat in this meeting with a client, a big housing developer in the UK, and I really wanted to start talking about climate change to them. And I was really hesitant to bring it up because I'd never done that before and I didn't know how they were going to respond. And I pulled all of my courage together and I did start talking about this. And lo and behold, the client was actually very positive about this and my colleagues were very positive about this. And so now I know that I can do this. So that's one example in a business space of how someone took an action that they thought they couldn't do before.
And when we tell these kind of stories, Chris, is there something that we need to look out for specifically?
So it's important. So stories of action is not just about being positive. It is about telling the story of all the challenges that you meet and how you overcome them. Because that's what is the recipe, that's what provides the recipe for another person to learn from, like, how did I overcome my challenges? That can help you to overcome your challenges. So don't just think about the shiny solution, think about the path to the solution. And it also allows you to talk about how serious the situation is, because you can say, why are we doing this? Well, because there is a big problem that needs our attention.
Great, thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Listen, Chris can be found online. All of our speakers today can be found online. Angelica at WWF, Ulrich, the GIJN with Amelia, and everyone who's going to be talking today. So if you hear something that resonates with you, pursue it. You won't have too far to go, and that's an action, isn't it? Okay.
Indeed, and now let's hear from Ulrich Hagerup, founder and CEO of the Constructive Institute, which proposes that the news can gain audience attention and engagement by focusing on what can be built through shared facts, shared knowledge, and shared discussions. Ulrich, well, you were an investigative reporter before becoming the executive director of news at Denmark's public service broadcaster DR. And decades ago, when you saw that your daughter was avoiding conflict and pain-filled news, you began thinking of an alternative approach. So what does a constructive approach to climate news look like? Well, how does that function? Come on stage.
Yeah, thank you for inviting. I'm a reporter, a journalist by training, and went into the profession because, like all my colleagues, wanted to do good for society by telling important stories for people so they could make better decisions in their life. But then I came into journalism school. And then the culture started to build. And the first person we met was a teacher saying, a good story is a bad story. If nobody gets mad, it's not journalism, it's advertising. And that has basically infected the culture of journalism all over the world. That idea, we have to focus on something. If it bleeds, it leads. We have to focus only on the problems. I have been an investigative reporter. I've been a news director. I've been editor-in-chief. And at some point, I got sick and tired of and asking myself, was I part of the problem? And more importantly, how do I become and how do we become as journalists part of the solution? Because we have to. And I quit my job in 2017 in order to start an NGO, we call it Constructive Institute. And I have started to use a picture of a bridge just to remind myself that could journalism do something else than digging ditches deeper in society? Could we also create a dialogue? And that is, for most journalists, a very provocative question. But you can't be constructive unless there's a well-documented problem to be constructive about. We're not talking about North Korean version of journalism where you ignore problems and paint the sky blue. But these two questions are important, and our mission statement is we want to change the global news culture. And this is about culture. And when we talk about climate change and covering that and the conversation about that, it's also about culture. And when we work with newsroom, we have found out it's not enough that we come up and help them come up with rules. On page 2, you have to have an uplifting story. You can't be so negative. You have to have 17% stories. It's completely crazy. If you don't work with the mindset, nothing happens, because the mindset determines the behavior, and the behavior creates the result. And I think when we talk about climate change, we're doing the same misunderstanding. We try to change things by going in to talk to the behavior. But we have to talk about the mindset. And constructive journalism, to answer your question, is about mindset. A few years ago, I had an experience. I was with a lot of journalists in Nairobi to meet UNEP, the only UN organization on the Southern Hemisphere in Nairobi. And I talked to the comms people, and they talked about this, how difficult it was to get the news industry, the news people, to tell the world about what they were doing and that they actually did something. And you say, you only want to do stories about things that are terrible, which in consequence is all they communicate. And then in the next sentence he said, but because, for instance, we fixed the ozone layer, and then he went on and all the journalists said, oh, excuse me, what was that? What did you just say? He said, yeah, we fixed the ozone layer. Scientists said we had a problem. We've had politicians come together and we created changing of rules and legislation all over the world, and now we have fixed this problem. And none of the journalists knew about that. Because we're citizens and we only read about the problem. Nobody knew that the ozone layer problem was solved because we took action. We did something. So I think that's a very clear example of what we can do wrong when we talk about climate change. We should not give people naive hope, but we should, exactly as you say, also talk about things that could be done, that has been done by some people, organizations, countries that we might learn from. And what we are facing, and this is my favorite quote by a good friend of mine, she won the Nobel Peace Prize in 2021, and she opened our conference in Bonn last year with the word, without facts you can't have truth, without truth you can't have trust. Without trust we have no shared reality, and government, journalism and democracy cannot work. That's the given today. So what do we do? How does journalism evolve? And bear in mind, Maria Ressa is a hard-hitting investigative reporter heading Rappler Media in Indonesia, and the president there hates her. So she is not a happy-go-lucky journalist. And she says, constructive journalism is the way journalism should always have been. And I think we are forced to think this way, to define the problems very clearly so we can help our societies find the right solutions. And the critical word here is help. The role of journalists being a helper in society by pinpointing problems, but also inspiring to potential solutions, bringing facts and being a facilitator of the public conversation about what could we do to fix it. That's the essence of constructive journalism. So if you ask, what is it then? What are we talking about? There are two sets of glasses we journalists all over the world put on when we filter the world for people. And bear in mind, journalism is still to this day the most important filter between reality and the public perception of reality, also about climate change. One is called breaking news glasses. When I was young, it was not called that, it was just called news, but it's the same thing. Tell people about what's going on right now as fast as technology allows you to. Ask questions like, what happened? When did it happen? And the more dramatic it is, the better it is. We play the role of a police car out to the accident, and we angle our stories on drama and conflict. Very important skill and task for a news organization. Then we have investigative journalism, another set of glasses. Very important, it's being cut down because it's costly, and as you know, people get mad and lawyers and everything, but very important. But what is investigative reporting? All the stories I did, it was always about yesterday. It was who is responsible for the problems we have? Who did it? Why did it happen? We are critical in our approach. We play the role of a prosecutor or a judge, and we angle on the crooks and the victim. If that's the two only ways we in the news business filter the world for people, you can see what is it that we talk about. We talk about the most dramatic things, things that are full of conflict, which is the reason why Donald Trump is about to get re-elected and was elected in 2016. He's very good at talking into the narrative of news media, creating conflict and drama all the time. And crooks and victims. And we talk about now and yesterday. But the essence of politics, the essence of talking about climate change, it's about tomorrow. But it really doesn't fit into the criteria we're working with. That's why we have invented the term constructive journalism, which is insisting, building on top of the other two, saying it can also be about tomorrow. We can inspire. We can ask questions that are essential but points to the future. But I never learned them in journalism school. It's called Now What and How. We are curious, really curious. We haven't made up the angle before we started. And we facilitate a public discussion about what to do, how to help society move ahead. And we focus on potential solutions and best practice. That's what we're talking about, and that's, I think, the answer to your questions.
Thank you so much, Ulrich.
Okay. First of all, thanks for existing. Second, you recently commissioned a group of 5 climate explorers who were going to recommend best newsroom practices for covering the climate. There's a quote in their report that really hit me hard, which was, individuals will bear the brunt of adapting to the climate crisis, not governments. Give them agency by including their voices and their resilience in your stories. I think that's a very great idea. I'm wondering about the other side of the story. Where does accountability enter into this picture?
I think what we did here was we had the idea, could we find the 5 best climate reporters from 5 continents and bring them to Aarhus, Denmark at our university for 5 months in order to answer this question. How do we cover climate change without becoming activistic and without just turning up the volume button in order to get people's attention, which we are doing. We're all drowning on Thursday, not yet next year, click here. And that doesn't work. People are turning their backs on it. People don't click on climate stories. So that was the task for them. How could they tell the story without being activistic? But tell it and be credible, because some people don't find us credible when they think that we're becoming activistic. And we're exaggerating and we're leaving out hope. So how can we do this? And I think it is much more important how news media filter this than how government is doing this. If we do it right, people will change their mindsets. They will change their behavior accordingly. And government, they mostly spend their time on trying to do registration and work with people's behavior and not necessarily their mindset. And I think we have the responsibility of being the best friend of people. In this time of age, especially in the time of AI, misinformation from Russia and everywhere, Journalism should be the profession that is the best friend of people so they could come to us, expect that we don't try to manipulate them to think the way we think. We want to give them the facts. We want to present them with the problems. We want to present them with inspiration to the solutions without saying this is the solution. Because then we'll become politicians or activists. So I think that is much more vital for addressing the biggest story of our time than what governments is doing.
So, okay, that's not a direct answer to my question, but I am wondering where accountability fits in. We're going to come back to that with you, Amelia, okay, at the GIJN, which is, you know, really all about accountability. So what you're saying is, yes, if I understood you correctly, yes, accountability matters, but it can't be our only or main focus. Is this what you're saying, or have I misunderstood you?
I'm saying accountability is not only the job of governments. It is the accountability, first most, our job to do things that are trustworthy, science-based.
So we have to hold ourselves accountable.
We have to start. I mean, I have spent a lot of years in my life arguing with politicians. Who's the most stupid person in the room? They always think it's me, and then I said, you could do something different, and you should change, blah, blah, blah. And now I figure I can't change them. But if I change my tribe, which is hard enough, if I ask different questions, suddenly what happens is I get different answers. If I am not asking in an aggressive way, but a curious way, but still critical, I get answers that I didn't get before. So I think what we in the industry have to do, we have to understand our own mindset, what is wrong. We have to figure out, we are part of the problem of people are neglecting, they are getting apathic, they are getting fearful, anxiety, and that's not what does the trick. But we have to be part of the solution as well. And in order to do that, we have to change the way we think about our role in society. We need to be the best friend of people. And you are not the best friend if you go on scaring people in order to get their attention and potentially their money. That's not being a good friend, and people feel that, and that's why they turn their backs on us.
Clear. Thank you so much, Ulrich. It's time to bring Amelia to the stage.
Well, Emilia Diaz-Struck is the executive director of the Global Investigative Journalism Network, okay, which has existed since the beginning of this century. She came to this post out of the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, whom you probably know from projects like the Pandora Papers. Okay, Emilia, I've been in this game for 4 decades, okay, which tells you how old I am, by the way. Okay, I've seen investigative reporting denounced for being negative, for saying, oh, something awful is going on. We were like the poster boy for the bad news problem. And people don't talk about how investigative journalism gives people hope. You've been in projects that gave people hope. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, okay. So, well, nice to be here. And
do you want to join us on stage here, Amelia?
I'm short, so
Super.
The stage might just
Thank
hide
you.
me, but that's okay. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so we are the Global Investigative Journalism Network. We have over 250 member organizations in 91 countries. And every 2 years we gather. Last year we gathered over 2,000 investigative journalists from 130 countries. And we need to remember what the role of investigative journalists is. And is actually uncover stories of public interest that otherwise would remain hidden into the eyes of citizens. It's stories that sometimes people don't want to be told. Sometimes it's holding powers to account. It's that watchdog journalism. And those revelations of broken systems, things that are not working, actually lead to other actors to take action to and lead citizens to take decisions. We don't do investigations in one day. Investigations take time. We document. We find documents, we find data, we find the facts. And with that, we tell stories that are relevant and that are showing how citizens are being affected by those broken systems. Now there is the other part of the story, and Mark asked me kindly to tell a bit, well, what impact has had investigative journalism. So just as an example, because I was part of the Panama Papers that came out back in 2016, and that tells us a lot about what happened. We had over 380 journalists collaborating, investigating illicit money flows, offshore financial systems, and how that was enabling money laundering, how that was enabling corruption. As a result of that, governments recovered more than $1.36 billion. And that is billions in the US is over $1,000 million. And that's what has been publicly said and documented by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. There were actually also about 150 responses announced at the time of that publication in 2016 by 79 countries and territories, saying they would take action. There were 6,520 people and companies investigated around the world, and there were legislations on beneficial ownership reviewed as a result of those investigations that were exposing a broken system that was affecting citizens around the world. So in that sense, there was impact. And I'm talking about one of the largest collaborations investigative journalists has done. But investigative journalism is then a matter of transparency. It's a matter of accountability. We're not the prosecutors. We're telling the stories. Other actors take action. And that's the role. Activists take action. So we just tell the stories and document what is going on. Back to the Global Investigative Journalism Conference. Last year, we had a one-day meeting with 80 climate change journalists and experts from 35 countries to discuss the future role of investigative journalists in climate crisis reporting. And with that, this is our website and some of the guides, and we will talk about that afterwards, that we produce on how to investigate climate change. But as a result of that gathering, where we had over 80 journalists who are interested and who have been investigating climate change, we came with an agenda, which is the Investigative Agenda for Climate Change Journalism. And there are some priorities in terms of accountability-focused climate change journalism that colleagues like Anne Koch, Toby McIntosh gathered from what would happen in that meeting. That involves, and I will cite some of the key topics that we think should be monitored and investigated: the fossil fuel industry and its vast network of enablers and related industries, government policies and promises that are given to the world and who is influencing them, climate change finance in all its complex forms, vulnerable communities, clean energy transition, winners and losers, climate change is a complex, interrelated global crisis. So that is a part, and then that requires more training, that requires improved access to data and expertise, that requires global and regional initiatives that are complementary and help increase impact, and better platforms to facilitate information sharing and cross-border collaborations. And then thinking about how we present these stories to the world. But the key is accountability. The key is knowing if we're saying there are all these initiatives taking place to fight climate change, our role as investigative journalists is to see, are those initiatives working? So if we're saying we're reducing carbon offsets, is that happening? Or what is the impact of the initiatives that are being funded to reduce carbon offsets? Is a lake now replenished or not? So then we might have reports telling us, well, now there is no longer water, so we need to go and see, is there water or not in that lake, and is that a result of climate change? Now there is more heat, so we need to check what caused the increase of heat temperatures. So our role is seeing not only what's happening in the world, but if there are policies in place, then hold those who are putting the policies in place and who are implementing those policies into account and see what's working and what is not working. And if it's not working, reporting on that. And as we see, just as the example from the Panama Papers, when we report on the things that are not necessarily working and what is happening, well, then other actors take action. Our role is to report the stories. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much. One question though, Amelia, you mentioned as part of the investigative agenda that you need to train climate journalists. What kind of new skills does it require?
Well, that is a combination, and that is, on one end, like, these are all very complex topics. So when we were talking about illicit money flows, you need to understand how the financial system works. When you're talking about climate change, so if we're reporting on fossil fuels, we need to understand how the fossil fuels industry works. We need to understand how carbon offsets work. So these are all very complex topics, because in our case, we can't just echo or reproduce what people are saying. We need to understand what is going on. If we have documents that access to policies, we need to understand what those policies mean. What is the impact? So the training focuses on basically understanding from basic things that are connected to how the system works, who are the actors, who are the enablers, but at the same time, understand complex topics that involve science. So then it's good to have like experts in the room that help us understand those topics, so we actually report responsibly on those stories.
When you say experts in the room, are you making partnerships with these experts?
Well, we have actually approached organizations. We have other organizations that focus on investigating climate change. They joined some of the meeting and brought their expertise to the table. But journalism, in general, we usually are used to approach and talk to experts. Now, what role each person has, that's the key. But we understand, and we come from understanding what we don't know about and what should we know more about. And then from that starting point, that go to experts and other people who help us, and also like data scientists, engineers, not only climate experts. So, and that combination helps us understand and do better reporting on these stories.
Very interesting. Thank you so much, Amelia.
Thank you so much.
It's time to give the stage to Angelika Pullen. Angelia, you spent the last 15 years advocating for more ambitious EU and international climate and nature conservation policies. Since 2016 as Communications and Campaigns Director at WWF, a European Policy Office in Brussels. And prior to this, Angelika has worked for the International Union for the Conservation of Nature and the Global Wind Energy Council after starting your career as a journalist. Indeed. Before you go on stage, this summer, WWF launched a thought-provoking campaign about climate change timed around the Olympics. So let's take a look at that first.
The stage is set. What a sense of anticipation.
Wherever you're watching this in the world, I really, really hope you're set for a spectacular evening.
The arena is heating up. Here we go. Set.
It's a European record to Greece. Unbelievable. What's happening with Mozambique? They got something. They got it.
France joins the race.
Pakistan, wow. Where did they come from?
It's now or never for Brazil. A national record. The place erupts.
All challenges coming up. All very similar in the way they attack. What a heat. A world record.
Thank you so much for having me. So my name is Angelika Pullen, and I cannot take any credit, unfortunately, for this campaign myself. It was developed by my colleagues at WWF International to coincide, as Anouk said, with the Paris Olympics this year. It was launched just before the Olympics, and that it was also shown on French TV and many other channels during the Olympics. And indeed, it created a little bit of a sensation. And I think I was looking around as we were showing this and saw that some of you were kind of smiling, and I would agree that it's a quite innovative approach. It's quite a creative campaign. It's science-based, of course. It kind of shocks. So maybe it falls a little bit into the trap of the negative news reporting. But it did create a bit of a sensation. It got a lot of public support during the duration of the campaign. But of course, also it is designed really to grab the attention of a very wide audience, of a very general audience, of sports lovers, of people with a passion for breaking world records, those watching the Olympics. So this is not always appropriate, of course, for all the audiences that we address. Otherwise, you could say that we've done the job, right? We've presented the facts. We've said that climate change is real, that it's happening already all around us. and that urgent action is needed. Surely that should be enough to spark action, but we know, of course, that that is not sufficient. We know that we need many, many more tools in our communications toolbox, and then it very much depends on the individual audience that we're addressing. So don't get me wrong, I think attention-grabbing campaigns like these have their place, but it's not everything. So I work for the European Policy Office of the conservation organization WWF, and as such, we have to, of course, ask ourselves, what do our audiences need? Who are our audiences? Mostly policymakers in Brussels, also media, also policymakers at national level. What do we want them to do at any moment in time? What exactly do we want them to do? What do they care about? How do we formulate our messages and our narratives around their needs and about their concerns? It's only then when we answer those questions that we can really tailor the messaging to each specific moment, to each specific policymaker or other audience member. So what do we do to reach them? I think we need to balance really what we want to communicate and really very critically ask what is the best way to have real impact. And sometimes this means that we don't necessarily talk about climate change at all. And I want to bring in another angle on this to the conversation. Sometimes we talk about completely different issues because we want to spark action rather than because we want to talk about the climate. And I'll give you one example, which is renewable energy. And I think there are quite a few energy companies in the room here today, so this will resonate with you. You will know that as NGOs and with many, many other people, for decades, we have been pushing to increase and expand wind and solar power in Europe. This was very often met with resistance. We know that this resistance was also very well funded, but it didn't move as quickly as we thought it needed to move. Then the war in Ukraine happened, and suddenly the narrative really shifted, and it went to much more our dependence on Russian gas and oil imports. We adapted quite quickly and also shifted our messaging and focusing much more on the benefits of renewable energy technologies for climate and for energy independence, for energy security, for economic stability, on energy prices, etc. And this message landed really well here in Brussels. So within months, the European Commission presented its Repower EU plan, which was designed to wean the EU off Russian gas and oil. And as part of that initiative, the Commission presented a renewable energy target that was much higher than anything that we had seen previously. What I found really interesting is also then to see the debates in the European Parliament, where suddenly much more conservative audiences or policymakers who had previously really been resistant to the climate message got on board with this higher target. And then the law was adopted quite rapidly. So this just goes to show that sometimes we need to be quite adaptive to any given moment in time. We need to grab opportunities as they arise and also bear in mind where our audiences come from, what their immediate concerns are, what their values are in order to make things happen. So the progress with this was much bigger than years and years of much more climate-focused fake communications had done. So we need to align our messaging. So to go back to the question, can we be balanced about communicating on climate change? Well, I believe we have to be, but when I was invited to speak, I already told the audiences I'll probably come with many more questions than I have answers to this, because that really is a conundrum. I feel that as an environmental NGO, we have a responsibility to remind people of the gravity of the situation, to present them with the scientific facts, to not sugarcoat things by only presenting positive news, although we do really do that as well. And there is, on a little side note, there is a frustration indeed as well with the media for not reporting on those positive news as much as we feel they should do. But we need to also strike the right balance to reconcile what we know needs to happen with what is politically acceptable or also desirable. We need to reconcile the gravity of the situation, talking about the science, with not overwhelming people, not scaring them into paralysis or inaction, because that would be counterproductive. And then going back to what was already brought on before, the sense of agency, of course, is absolutely critical, giving people, empowering people, and that is true for policymakers, that is true for business leaders, and it's of course true for individuals. We need to empower them to take action, and and so let's give them the tools to do so, and let's give them the right reasons also to do so that resonate with them, to where they are with their values and their own concerns. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angelica.
Okay. Angelica, thank you so much. You know, this last week I've been reading news from Germany about a backlash to laws designed to increase the thermal, shall we say, economy of housing. Is there a perception of a backlash to climate action? And is this affecting policymakers?
I think that is a real problem. I think there is a perception of a backlash. I think concerns of people today of cost of living, inflation, security, immigration are often being weaponized to make it look like they no longer care about climate. And I would be really interested to see what others feel about this, but the evidence doesn't seem to bear that out. So I came across a research, for example, done by the University of Oxford just this year, the largest standalone poll, a public opinion poll on climate issues. I think they interviewed 74,000 people, so absolutely massive in 77 countries. And found that 80% of people, that's mind-blowing, 80% still support stronger climate action. So in Europe, we've seen similar polls as well ahead of the European elections. For example, one by the Jacques Delors Center in Germany. They did an opinion poll of people in France, Germany, and Poland, I believe. Also 15,000 people. And again, they found that the majority of respondents were still advocating for stronger climate action, and that was across the political field, with the exception of voters of the very far right. But it did include liberal audiences, it did include more conservative voters as well, advocating for stronger climate action. But there, of course, the devil is a little bit in the detail, and policy design really matters.
Policy design really matters. But the idea that a general backlash is going to overwhelm climate action...
I think it's a fabrication, and it's peddled
Why,
by conservative media.
who would do such a thing?
Angelica, can I come back to the video that we started you off with, this amazing campaign from this summer? I think one of the things that we would really also like to get across here today is the importance of NGOs and their major media channels. To climate change audiences. Can you give us an idea of the extent of your audience? How many people watched that video?
Yes, so I got new figures just yesterday, because it was then the campaign was continued during the Paralympic Games as well recently. And I was told that the potential media reach of this campaign was 2.6 billion people.
Wow.
What?
Absolutely massive. It was supported by 30 WWF offices around the world who adapted it, translated it, put their own national records on it, and very often, and this was not in this video, but very often then also included a very concrete call to action at the end for signing a petition, for doing action nationally. So yes, but we also received quite a lot of pro bono support from TV chains, from advertising, etc. So indeed, also on our own channels, I think it's the biggest, the most watched video on the WWF International YouTube channel, with 1 million people watching it. I think this is the biggest one that doesn't feature David Attenborough. There's other videos that feature David Attenborough that got many, many more views than that. But so clearly it did create a bit of a sensation, and yes, the messaging was probably negative and shocking, but there is a room for that, and I think this bears us out.
What a success. Thank you so much for sharing, Angelica.
Maybe what I want to add is that when we address policy audiences, they, of course, don't just respond or mostly respond to the traditional ways of communicating. But we also found, we carried out a perception study here in Brussels a few years ago, asking our policy audiences, how do you get your news from WWF? And I expected that it would be, media clippings and our social media channels, our website, our newsletters, and all that did feature. But what did feature most prominently was direct mails from our staff members.
The direct dialogue, contact.
Direct contact, the direct mails, and so that also, I think, goes to show that we're all communicators, so it's not just the communications department responsible for that, but all of my policy colleagues being out there talking to policymakers are communicators, and it's really important to bear that in mind, to create the capacity as well internally. And so this is also a call, I guess, to all of us to be communicators and communicate for change.
Valuable addition. Thank you so much. Now, as Tom Brooks is held up in New York for Climate Week, our colleague Maya Schubert spoke with him earlier. Tom is the CEO of the Meliora Foundation, and he's head of the Global Strategic Communications Council, the GSCC, which has recruited thousands of communication professionals worldwide to seek data-driven solutions for motivating climate action. Their research points to several key themes that move people. What are they? What are the implications of how we talk about the climate crisis? Let's take a look and hear from Tom.
Tom, thank you so much for being a part of our conference, and I'll get straight to our question. Your research points to several key themes that move people. What are they, and what are the implications for how we talk about the climate crisis?
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for the invitation to this really important discussion. So we carried out a set of research with some partners, the Yale Climate Communications Lab and Potential Energy, on framing that worked across a fairly wide set of geographies. So we looked at G20 countries and took some pretty big samples across those countries to basically try and divine whether or not there was some messaging and some framing that really worked across cultures, across political divides, cultural divides, et cetera, identity divides. And we found out a lot of very interesting things. One of the most fundamental is it's a pretty universal experience that people are very worried about the climate crisis. The polling numbers change in particular geographies and between particular groups, but by and large, a significant majority in pretty much every country, in pretty much every segment, are very, very concerned about the climate crisis. So, that's normal, obviously, and it goes to show the extent to which knowledge is out there. But what you then find is once you start digging into the solutions to the climate crisis and the different framings of how you talk about those solutions, that you get very different responses, depending on the segment that you're talking to, or the community, or the group that you're talking to, and also how you frame them. And there's a couple of things that really stuck out, which do apply pretty much across the board. It is important to note that, of course, once you dig down into the data, there are significant differences between countries, and that's something you do have to take into account. But at a broad brush level, what we found was that, for instance, people aren't terribly compelled by arguments about jobs and about economics, which is something that a lot of people spend a lot of time thinking about. How do we make the economic, the positive economic argument for climate action? That is a very important influencer at an elite level, basically at a decision maker level, and politicians and business people in that sort of segment. But in broad general publics, it just doesn't land. What's also quite interesting is that the response to climate change as a way of kind of dealing with some other issues in society, again, there is definitely elements of that land in certain groups, and I think that there's definitely connections that need to get made and people need to understand over time. But right now, a lot of those connections are really landing in a significant way. What does land is protection, right? Protection of the things that we love, one way or another. So messages about nature and about protecting nature, talking about water, for example, and how water quality is impacted by climate change, how access to water is impacted by climate change. Those kinds of issues resonate really significantly, and again, across political groups, across different social groups, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things really land very clearly. Air quality, again, and we know, I'm sure there's people in this room who have experienced the air quality issues of Brussels. We know that this is an issue across the world, and that news coverage, for example, of air quality issues in Beijing, in New Delhi, have driven a lot of the conversation around climate action in those countries. And it's more and more the case in Europe as well. I think water is going the same way in many places. To protect ourselves from extreme weather, that was also got a roughly kind of 7 times uplift in terms of people's support for climate action. When you talked about extreme weather, floods, wildfires, the increased impact of extreme weather events like hurricanes, which are made more powerful and more destructive by climate change, those things had a really significant effect in terms of the way that people are thinking about the urgency of the response to the crisis. But what we found was, across these very broad swathe groups, so it's a quite kind of meta finding on some level, but the most powerful framing was protecting the planet for future generations. So, when you talk about protecting things that we love, generally people are pretty keen on their children. And that idea that we are protecting, that we need to do what's right now to protect the planet for future generations, lands obviously it has a huge uplift in terms of people's openness to the urgency, to the ambition necessary to address the crisis. What's also interesting about all of those findings is, of course, that they work off a base, right? And this discussion is about balance within how you cover the climate crisis. And what was interesting about our findings was that the balance here is about how you talk about these things, about where you focus, what the threat of the climate crisis is, and how you frame its solutions. What it absolutely was not was a balance between whether or not this is a problem. And what's interesting is the difference between balance in terms of engaging with your audience and understanding how they are thinking about this and giving them accessibility to debate versus the kind of false equivalence of, we've got one voice that says the climate crisis is really bad and we've got another voice that says it's not. That's obviously not balance. And what has happened, we've seen over time, and we've been tracking this stuff for a long time through our work, is that people's attitudes have changed as the fundamental debate about the reality of climate change has got more and more and more fact-based over time. So the kinds of voices that used to get a fair amount of coverage actually saying, the climate crisis isn't that big a deal, or the scientists made it up or whatever, that really has diminished to a significant degree. We still have a huge disinformation problem. And obviously there is no balance between facts and reality and untruths or misleading statements, and that must be avoided at all costs. But what we do see is that this framing, built on top of a foundation of a reality check on the seriousness of the situation we're in, does create these really interesting and accessible discourses for the people engaging in the climate debate in terms of how we're communicating with general publics.
Thank you, Tom. That was very interesting. I'm sure everyone in Brussels will agree with me. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Pleasure to be with you.
Tom Brooks, everyone. We're so happy that he managed to find the time to address us here with these valuable insights. Now, we're going to go straight into the Q&A because we're running a bit behind on time. As it goes, when we talk about communication, we love to talk, and that's what we do. So what we'll do is we'll go straight into the Q&A. This will be an interactive part, so we'll have people in the audience, we'll have people on the screens. If you have questions, if you have remarks about what you're hearing, please put your question in the chat if you're watching online. With so many here today, we will probably not be able to tend to each individual question, unfortunately, but especially for those of you online, we also have several online moderators ready to help you out. And if your question doesn't make it to the stage today, it might be answered after the event. Thank you all so much for understanding. We've had a lot of you reaching out to us today already, so let's quickly dive in. We will start on the screen. Let's see if we have Floor van der Wal with us. Yes. Hey, Floor.
Hello, Floor. Well, you're at Fontys College and you're working with the Dutch National Climate Platform. If I understand correctly, you spent your summer testing the effects of climate reporting on festival goers, young people. You asked them about their emotions when they see images and metaphors of climate change, videos of forest fires, hashtags like ticking time bomb. What did you find out? What stood out the most for you?
Great question. Yeah. Thanks for having me, first of all. I'm a designer and researcher at Fontys School for Journalism, at the Readership for Design and Journalism. And as you said, we were very fortunate to be able to test how participants who were visitors from the two biggest festivals in the Netherlands looked at images that we use in climate reporting. And as you said, we asked what emotions, but also what associations are evoked when people look at a selection of 8 images used in climate reporting. About what works actually valid. And we were mainly interested in determining where, if at all, the opinions and perceptions of young people, which we defined as under 25, were different from older people. And what we were able to conclude so far is that the difference between age groups is not as much in how they perceive the images, but mostly in what they find important or what they worry about. So depending on the festival, young people do worry about climate change, but they're also very much concerned about war and housing. And older people overall were most concerned about climate change, which we found reassuring. But overall, it's very much a topic that is on top of mind for a lot of people.
And Floor, did you only test negative stories, or did you show the audiences hopeful examples as well?
We did both. Since we mainly focused on images during the research, we tested a variety, which we called archetypes, and we've defined those from going through 6 years of Dutch climate reporting. So I guess you could say that we tested what we thought were positive and negative images, but within the research, we didn't frame it as such. So we showed participants this selection of 8 images and asked them what emotions it evoked in them. And the pictures, just to give you an example, depict headshots of politicians, floods, elderly experiencing heat stroke with their feet in a water bath to cool them down. And we even tested some creative imagery. So negative, positive is kind of a broad term in that regard. But at the end, we were left with a data set of around 1,400 answers, showing us not only what emotion each image evoked overall, but also what, or if the participant would be able or would want to read the attached article. So now we were actually able to link the evoked emotion to people's willingness to read. And what we found was that pictures that evoked a overall more negative connotation in people were more likely to be read compared to positive images. And this really surprised us because our assumption was that more positive images would evoke more willingness to read.
Interesting, because Ulrich, I can see your response. I know you've done some research in the past at NRK. Can you share some of the outcome of that research?
Yeah, and it's interesting. We've heard several times during the debate here that we're all entering this war of attention. We want to grab the attention of people, and it seems like it's not only journalists and news media who just turns up the volume button and shouts. It's activists, we have seen that, and of course also interest groups in order to get the attention. And it's also companies in order to get attention. You also turn up the volume button. And with the result of that, I mean, are we all drowning in 2 months or so? Are we all gonna live in rubber boats? If you ask a teenager, they will say yes, and they are scared death about all this. And I'm not saying that we should ignore the problems, but we have to get the balanced view, and that's the overall question, right? And I'm just saying it's not necessarily working what we are all doing. And it's not only the responsibility for media, it's also politicians, but also interest groups and companies, that we have to balance this. And we did a survey with the Climate Explorer project, which was led by the woman sitting here, Alexander Borchert from Germany. You'll hear from her later. And what they found was that they were going to one of the leading newsrooms in the world who have first and most focused on climate change, which is NRK, the public service provider in Norway. And we have invented a machine, we call it a Constructive News Mirror. It's an algorithm that we can measure constructiveness in reporting. Inspirational, nuanced, engaging stories. So there were 2 piles of stories. I think we measured 1,300 stories. 25% of them were constructive. The rest was not. And then we ran it through their own numbers. How many people clicked on these stories? How many people, how long time did they spend on it? How much did they share them? And how satisfied and how much did they trust NRK after reading these stories? And in all 4 categories, there was a significant change, that people were reading the stories that included hope, ways out, inspiration, nuances, and engagement, much more than the traditional doom and gloom, if it bleeds, it leads kind of stories. So I just think, coming back to mindsets, and I don't think it's only the things that applies to journalists. It applies to all of us, including us in the panel here. We have to, in order to get the attention, and all our job is to give people a trustworthy picture of reality so they can make better decisions. And if we only, in order to grab their attention, think our job is to turn up the volume button and scream to people with nice video shots, we're all drowning. Everything sucks, everything's bad. Then we are doing the planet a disfavor, because the result is that people turn their backs on it. They say, there's nothing we can do. And if we deprive people hope, and that was the first speaker, if we deprive people hope, that's the worst thing we can do to people. Especially if there are things we can do. So we could also, while we talk about problems, we could see, okay, who have done something amazing? Did you know that the first country in the world has now, the country where the majority of cars in that country is electric cars? That is Norway. What did they do in order to set an example for other countries? So there are many examples we can do, and it's a good story.
Do you know, Ulrich, if you'll allow me, I think you've won this fight. I think that, that what we're seeing now is a convergence of constructive solutions and accountability journalism. It's an unprecedented hybrid, but I think we're seeing it precisely because, you know, the people who spoke, who were making your argument. Yeah, it works. Yeah. I think you won that argument.
But can we check with Floor? So Floor, what's going to be the next step in your research? Now that you have all these data, I'm completely envious of how you spent your summer. Let's start with that. But then what are you going to do with the outcomes of this research?
We're still not done analyzing all the data. Actually, I'm very interested in what the previous person said about hope, because that is one of the emotions that we specifically asked about. And we are going to see if hope and hopelessness also impacts people's willingness to read. But in the long run, hopefully, this will give us a guide also as an educating institution, but also as a field of industry, to give us more guides about what works and what doesn't when it comes to climate reporting, and specifically imagery and language.
So very fun and very important research. Thank you so much for joining us here today, Floor.
Thank you.
And then let's go to the room. I'm looking for Annie Tubbs. There you are. Hey, Annie. Eva, can we get a microphone up to Annie? Thank you. So, Annie, you have a company called First Move Productions. You were a corporate and executive and lawyer who moved to multimedia production focused on climate. What motivated that change?
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the question. It's a little bit like being asked, where are you from? Yes, I was a corporate lawyer and executive for 25 years, and I was working on antitrust and then anti-corruption, and then the full business integrity portfolio for a global multinational where in addition to investigations, we were trying to raise awareness and train to make everyone a champion for fighting corruption, upholding human rights. So we had a captive audience of 167,000 employees across the world. And when I took over the anti-corruption portfolio, the first thing I Googled is how to bribe. Everything online on how to bribe is better than any anti-corruption training I have ever seen. I also say that to Transparency International. We are losing the battle. And for me, that was just such a wake-up call. If we don't go in there and communicate better, we're giving that space to someone else. The other thing I found is that I wasn't getting all that much positive energy from the investigations and addressing wrongdoing, but I was very often meeting people who just blew me away because I saw that they had the values and the skills to make a real difference, and it wasn't news, but it was real, and a lot of them are just quietly getting on with it. They're not shouting it from the rooftops, they're doing it, and I just thought, wow, I want to amplify their stories. I might not have their expertise, but maybe I can help by talking more about what they're doing. And that's why I decided to get into documentary filmmaking and went to study journalism and media. The last thing maybe in this is that on my journey, I realized as I met more and more of these people, I'm 54, that actually over the 5 decades of my life, a lot of the environmental issues have been known but not addressed, or not addressed fast enough. And I think we have a collective responsibility to get uncomfortable and to reskill and retool in order to be part of the solution, because my kids are also worrying about the future, and I know lots of younger generations are deciding not to have children because of the state of the planet, so we owe them. Thank you.
Stay in the middle.
Great. Time for a question?
Yeah.
Okay. Annie, how do you see your place in the climate community? I mean, because the climate community is coming together. Okay, different components of it from different places. How do you see your place in that? And, you know, are your corporate skills, the stuff you learned how to do, you know, are they valued and by whom? Or, you know, do people suspect you because you come from a corporate background?
Thanks. In one case, when I was trying to make a documentary, somebody refused to work with me.
Just one?
Because I wanted to interview the CEO of a large multinational. In general, I think people respect what I'm doing because I'm not trying to be anything other than I am, and I know I am on that lifelong learning journey. Thankfully, there are transferable skills, project management, storytelling, also knowing businesses and knowing that there are businesses that want to get it right and knowing that they have to be part of the solution. So I do believe in constructive dialogue and constructive news, but I have a soft spot for the activists. And having conversations with, you know, Extinction Rebellion about legal observers and changes in the law around demonstrations and many of the hurdles they face, I think is also instructional to all of us. So, you know, so long as we're all being honest and we're working on how to sort of up the ethical component of what we do, I think we can collaborate respectfully. That's my hope.
Thank you so much, Annie. What an interesting and valuable insight. We can keep the microphone, I think, up front here because we have someone else who stepped into a new career in climate reporting, and that is Daan de Mark. Daan, you're a behavioral psychologist and a columnist for the Dutch Financial Times. You write columns calling yourself the climate optimist. How are your readers responding to your work?
Thank you for asking. Well, first of all, I'm not really a climate optimist. I'm a climate action optimist. I think that's an important distinction. So they are reacting very positively. So a positive voice is rare in the climate debate. And most people don't respond very well to gloom and doom. They just give up and turn away. Like you said, they are frustrated. And I think there's a problem that we have. Actually, we have two groups in society with different belief systems. There's a small group with a green belief system. So they think they are activated by doom, and they think we should change our lifestyles because our lifestyles are the problem, and the solution is sacrifice. And this has dominated, I think, the general vision that we have of climate action. So the majority views equates climate action with sacrifice and with losing prosperity and with a leftist agenda. And that's a problem because the majority has a completely different belief system. They like consumption, they like their prosperity, they like their comfort. They are moderate or conservative, and so they are not really triggered by this narrative. So what I try to do is, I'm going to a more positive, more politically neutral narrative, which is all about progress. Because I think it's very simple that climate action should equate progress. It's simply the next industrial revolution. It will make our world cleaner, safer, healthier. As you said, those are things that people find important, even if they're conservative. Not everybody likes the words sustainable and green, but they do like cleaner, safer, healthier.
Mm-hmm.
And so I find this is a narrative that struck a chord with many readers. And one thing I found out while writing, was that a lot of readers thought that the transition was going nowhere. So this is, I think, the negative news bias that Ulrich has talked about. So when I actually gave them factual information about how fast the transition is going and how fast clean tech is developing, people were completely amazed. And they said, give me more, can you tell me more? Is that really true, what you're saying? So this is really strange. So that's the second thing I started doing, is just sharing factual information. I think your stories of doing. So not talking about climate urgency, but talking about agency, talking about the solutions, talking more about climate action than about the climate itself. And I find that I have a growing audience, so that's a good thing, I think.
Very interesting.
You.
Mark, do you have a question for Dan there?
Well, what I'm wondering is, you know, in effect, you've answered the question I was going to ask, which is what elements of your storytelling are effective and what makes you credible, you know, as a non-climate scientist.
That's true.
I wouldn't mind
I don't
hearing
write
it from
climate
another
science, I write behavioral science, and I write about motivation. And while writing about what motivates people, I actually try to motivate them as well.
And it's working.
I think it is, but I also have some negative reactions by the people in the small green group. They think I'm not radical enough and not angry enough about what's happening. I have to take that small loss for a big gain.
Mm. Okay. Let me ask Amelia, part of what Dan does here is essentially write about the successes. We know from our own research that outrage can also be a motivator for action. And I think it was actually Toby McIntosh from the GIGN who lifted that in a question to us about the report. Have you seen that outrage in response to your work as an investigator? Did it lead to action?
Well, we have seen, like, and back to, like, which is very telling, Panama Papers, people went out on the streets and demonstrated out of outrage because of the stories that led to change and impact. And what the community has been doing is also documenting the impact of the investigations. But the investigations remain factual. The investigations remain pointing at what are the things that are happening. It's holding those things into account. So, and we need to be careful because, well, we are a global organization and the reality across countries varies too, and across regions varies too. So in some countries you might be seeing progress at the cost of other regions too, and what is happening and affecting those regions. So the climate change problem is global. It's not about one country then thinking, well, we have these policies in place, this is working, and then what is the impact in some communities? We have some colleagues, for instance, reporting on impact on some carbon offsets programs from an airline, and then what was the impact and the controversies in the community in Colombia, for example, and so on. So we can see also the reporting that is happening across the communities. That leads to sometimes outrage, and like activist groups demand action, politicians review legislations, but the world and the reality about climate change is more complex than one part of the world. So we need to look more closely about how the different parts of the world connect, and then, and I know you have a full panel on disinformation that also is connected to this topic, that is and how do you document and how do you relate to what is real or not, or fake, when we're reporting on all these stories.
Well, so one of your functions is to give cold, hard information for people who can actually resist the disinformation.
Well, and yeah, decide, and like it's a matter of credibility and taking and fact-checking and verifying and validating. That's why I said it's not a one-day story echoing what someone said. So even if someone tells and gives us a document saying this is the report, we just don't publish the report. We document and review whether that report is truth or not, whether things in the report are working or not, what impact is it having in the community. So there is a deeper level of just receiving documents and echoing documents, but actually going in depth and seeing what impact this is having, what is working and what is not working. And that requires a lot of time and human power, I think, too.
Ulrich, I can see you want to respond.
For years, we had the problem in the public conversation led by media with the false balance when we discuss climate change. Here we had 999 scientists say this is a problem. Temperatures are rising, it's man-made, and then in order to balance it, for years we all thought it was our duty to invite one professor or somebody who could balance that. So there was 999 here and one here, but in the eyes of your viewer on a TV screen, they were equal, right? So that was a false balance, and I think we should be we're past that now, but I think we should be very careful that we don't say that it's either being investigative or being constructive. We need somebody to tell people, dig out the dirt, keep people with power accountable, say is what they say is also what they do, and if not, let's talk about that, but not stop there. So there's no contradiction between investigative and constructive journalism. I think the public needs both.
This is the convergence I meant.
Thank you also to Annie and Dan for bringing these viewpoints to the discussion. We have, before we go to someone else here in the audience, we have a question on the screen, and I'm going to address that to you, Chris. The question goes, how do we address the dilemma that the future is not now, but that there are always pressing problems in the present?
It is by focusing on the things that you need to start doing now to deal with the challenges in the future. So it's all about what do you have to do at this very moment? We work a lot with policymakers, and when we go into government departments and we just show them how bad things are, then it never works. But when we show them this is the trouble that you could be in, what does it mean for you at this moment, the stuff you need to start doing now to prepare for that situation or to prevent the worst from happening, that's when you get them to start thinking about, oh, I need to do this and this and this, but actually that's already aligned with half of the things I have on my agenda. So I can do both the things that I have to do and pay more attention to this bigger challenge in the future. I would echo what you're saying, is that people don't know how fast the transition is going, and politicians and policymakers don't know how fast the transition is going. So if you only come with the problem to them, they go like, yeah, there's nothing else I can do. I'm already doing everything I can. So you need to show them the way out. And when you show them the way out, they're all very clever people. They're all very sensible people. None of them want to destroy the planet. They will take that way out.
Great, thanks so much, Chris. Then, for a lot of us in the room, advertising is also a way to sell us stuff and ideas that we don't need. Does advertising have a positive role to play in moving people toward climate action? Johan Gustafsson, you're here in the audience from brand agency Differ. You've successfully done this by revealing something called the world's ugliest lawn. You have to tell us about that.
Hi. Well, it's an initiative for the Swedish island of Gotland, and like many parts of the world, it regularly has problems with drought and needs to conserve water. And we created the contest, the local contest, Gotland's Ugliest Lawn, and the global scale-up, the world's ugliest lawn, to celebrate people who save water by not watering their lawns. And the initiative has so far generated an earned reach of more than 2 billion impressions, and has been lauded by the OECD and the European Union. And it has inspired local ugly lawn contests that have been popping up in the US, in Canada, and in Sweden under the duration of 2 years' time since we started the initiative. And the articles in the Washington Post and the Guardian have generated more than 1,000 positive comments, which you can see on the screen, some of them. So it's clear to us that people think this ugliness is a beautiful thing. And we get, but most important, last year compared to 2022, in 2023, the domestic water consumption on the island of Gotland decreased with 80 million liters. So the awareness of the issue is rising, and people conserve water in many other ways than not watering the lawns. So it's very positive. And in a photo, you see the winner of the contest, The World's Ugliest Lawn. Her name is Kathleen Murray, and she lives in Tasmania. And you can see her bandicoot-infested lawn. She is wearing the first prize of the contest. It's a pre-owned T-shirt with the text, "Proud owner of the world's ugliest lawn," and it will be passed on to this year's winner.
Great.
We're doing the contest for the second year, and on Gotland we have had it for the third consecutive year. And we're doing this because we believe that climate communication need to be long-term because the problems are. So it's quite simple for us. And why it's quite a big problem because we want to change the norm of green lawns globally, because in the US, for example, lawns occupy an area 3 times as big as the largest irrigated crop, and for no use. So it's a big problem. It's not just for fun. We make this.
So also for our viewers at the New York Climate Week, mind your lawns in the US, don't water them.
Yeah.
Good.
That's the short version of what we are doing.
Very impressive.
And continuing to do.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Johan. In a recent article, you wrote that, quote, "Unnecessary consumption not only affects our wallets, but also the planet." Now, this isn't the first time. I'm glad to hear it said. Okay, Patagonia said something similar with their famous "Don't Buy This Shirt" campaign. But you know what I'm wondering is, who will pay advertising agencies to promote reduced consumption?
Well, it will be the sustainable companies of today and the future will do it, because we will still sell products, but we will hopefully sell more sustainable products. And so many companies will have to develop more sustainable businesses and not continue as they have done in the past.
So your role will be to help them do that?
No, that's the role of the companies, but the work we do attract companies that think in that way. So we get clients that have the right mindset.
And this is working for you?
It is. We are working in the area of diminishing the food waste with a company in Sweden. So that's a commercial company. So it's not just for the public sector. But we also think that we all can be more sustainable by questioning how we think and what we value. Because, for example, instead of using our creativity to make a campaign telling people to pick up the waste from fast food packaging, why not encourage behaviors instead that reduce the need for packaging earlier in the process? Very often, sustainability initiatives in the advertising sector, they're too late in the process, and we believe that we can think different about that. And also, companies and clients and ad agencies need to change, because with the upcoming stricter Green Claims Directive in Europe, it will be much more difficult to greenwash in the future. So that's a positive thing also.
We'll address that greenwashing frame in the third panel as well. For now, I want to thank you all, because it's high time we have a cup of coffee. Thank you all in the first panel so much. And for you on screen, be sure to be here, and also you in the room, a little bit before 11:45, because that is when we will continue. Thank you so much. Mark, do you want to? Only the speakers.
Two, two. Yeah. Mic check. 1, 2.
Kun je afluisteren? Ja, je kunt daar afluisteren. Ja, ik kan naar hier luisteren. Ja, hè? Maar anders moet ik echt al de rest eruit halen. Ik kan de call ook terugsturen naar u, hè? Ja, als je nu alleen naar mij stuurt, dan...
Hello, Miss Sebis.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Good afternoon. No, it's noon now. Thank you for joining already. We hear you as well, so that's good. We have your camera image, though that's perfect. We are having a break right now, but you can follow the other speakers and the sessions here, and then you will be introduced.
At which time I intervention?
Let me check the program, because I think
Just
you
after
are
the break?
quite early already. I have you here at 12:45.
12:45.
So that's in about an hour.
Do I need to reconnect to come back?
I think that's up to you. You can, of course. I don't know if they will come to you earlier. I have an introduction for you in the script at 12:45, but it might be that they ask your opinion about something earlier in the session.
Okay, so it's better that I stay.
Yeah, it might be also interested to follow what is being said, because they might pick up on that during your session.
Okay.
If you have the time, of course.
And we talk about Crimea not only one time.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Can you please ask you to take your seats? We're going to go live in just a few seconds. So welcome back, everyone. And while everyone here in the room is finding their seat, let's kick off with our second panel. Buckle up for panel number 2. We will be discussing the question whether we can grow the public for climate change news with Alexandra Borgaert, Ivan Coron, Sherelle Jackson, who's joining us on the screen, Shireen Daver, and Lars Tarlott. A warm welcome to all of them. Can you please join us on stage?
So this part of our discussion is going to be centered on the news industry, or more exactly on emerging movements that are changing the way we're covering the climate. Now, we recognize there are a lot more people in this space, a lot more people contributing to this movement than we can possibly fit on one stage. But what we can say is that there's a realignment underway. And we see two drivers. One is the need for capacity to cover the climate, and the other is the need to expand the audience. So Alexandra Borgaert, Dr. Alexandra Borgaert is our first speaker. She's the lead author of the 2023 EBU news report, Climate Journalism That Works Between Knowledge and Impact, which, by the way, I found revelatory. Okay, Alexandra, you know, this movement began with activism. It came out of people like Greenpeace, who were also media players. But something's changed as this is going mainstream. Activism is a taboo for the public broadcasters in your report, and you drew an extraordinary picture of how they're going to cover this movement without going into activism. It's a taboo for them. And they have to take into account audiences who may not care about the climate or who are afraid of the subject. So how can they maneuver and thrive in that space? How do they keep people watching while still, you know, moving forward on these spaces? I think you know more about that than anyone right now.
Okay, thanks so much, Mark. And obviously, public service broadcasters are committed to impartiality, giving all different perspectives on issues, are committed to facts, but impartiality is something very different from indifference, and journalists can never be indifferent. Journalists have to be committed to preserving democracy, human rights, and obviously also then climate, because this is the basis, on the foundation on what we operate on. Climate journalism that works between knowledge and impact. I'll show you, this is data from the University of Boulder in Colorado, and that shows past 20 years there's been a lot of climate journalism, in fact, but has it really had an impact? And that was the big question. As someone who wrote her doctoral dissertation 30 years ago on transportation and the environment, I know that the issue has been out there for more than 3 decades, really, but the impact hasn't really been what journalists probably, or what everyone who's concerned about the climate should have been hoping for. The key findings of our report that I did with 2 colleagues from the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism, Catherine Dunn and Felix Simon, were, and I'll just show you the few. There is a strategy gap in so many newsrooms. They don't have a climate strategy, actually. There's too much volume, too much doom and gloom. We heard a lot about this already today. Too little explanation, coverage of solutions, and of the real impact. There's also an insights gap, insights into basic human behavior. We heard that, behavioral science, human psychology. There's really not a lack of facts, but facts alone, or reporting on facts, but facts alone don't help. the messenger very often matters more than the message. Role models, people the audiences can identify with. It's really very important to have these insights before starting reporting and committing to reporting. And then also there is a credibility gap, because the media doesn't really live up to their own standards. And as you've seen in that graph before, there's been plenty of climate reporting, but it's usually been by one brave climate reporter, and then it was felt like, oh, you know, this has been taken care of, he or she does a great job, we don't need to care in the rest of our newsroom or in our organization, and that then media organizations will lose credibility because people will hold them accountable. The public who wants to learn something, gets educated by the media, then they say, oh, what are you doing themselves? What are you doing yourselves? And what I really loved about this report is talking to all kinds of different people about what has an impact in changing climate communications. And I actually loved the ugliest lawn campaign, because humor is actually a very effective thing of addressing people on a sort of an eye level. And we interviewed Matt Winning, the stand-up comedian, and he's actually an environmental economist, and he said this key sentence that has been with me ever since: we have to make content for people we don't make content for. It's not enough to make climate content for the educated public, for those people who really are into the numbers, who really know, you know, what the 1.5 degrees are. But it's really important to make content for people you don't make content for if you want to have an impact. Here are 5 recommendations for climate journalism that has impact, and these were recommendations that I first discussed with Professor Max Boykhoff from the University of Colorado, and he said 5 things. First, stories that focus on the here and now, bring it home. Don't make it something we learned also today, like the future is, you know, the future. I don't have to care about things that are not here and now, that's in the future. So stories with local context also, bring it home. Don't make it something that's affecting polar bears. That's like the worst imagery on climate coverage, really, polar bears, very far away. But bring it really home, show what's happening in communities. Stories that emphasize the benefits of change, and we learned today the progress narrative is actually something that works. Very little coverage actually goes into envisioning a future, a positive future. In contrast, we have all these words like sacrifice, victims, loss. Climate coverage is full of these words, negative imagery, negative words. Number 4, stories where people find agency, and that's also something that came already up today. People need to develop agency to really commit to something, to convince other people, bring people in the conversation. So stories where people find they can actually do something, get them going, that are also can be very empowering. And then number 5, which is actually the core of modern journalism: approach different audiences differently. And this is actually something that I came up with working with the Climate Explorer fellows at Constructive Institute, that you can think about audiences like policymakers or young urban people or whatever, but you can also think about audiences in different aspects, because climate coverage that is addressed to particular audiences can be actually a function of climate literacy, but also of the contribution of the behavioral aspects or psychological aspects, the contribution to global warming, because when people contribute a lot to climate change, they tend to feel more guilty about it, they tend to be in denial, so they have to approach it actually differently. And this is actually, I gave it a shot actually to develop that kind of model, and I don't want to walk you through all these different quadrants or things, but you really need to do different things depending on how literate your audience is and depending on how guilty they might feel about contributing to climate change. And when someone is, you know, not very climate literate but also doesn't contribute very much, which is very often in the global south, then you just have to explain, to humanize, to bring it home to people. If someone has high literacy and doesn't really contribute a lot, these are your ambassadors. They need to encourage others to communicate, or you need to encourage them to communicate. You need to explain to them so that they even know more, but on a scientific basis. If people have a high contribution and a very low literacy, you have to sort of tell them, you know, what you do here matters. And if those are probably the hardest to tackle, if they have a high contribution and also high literacy, you really need to change or adjust your means of communication and maybe use something like humor. You need to show role models who are doing the same but changing behavior. You need to show solutions to really increase their appetite to do something. And the core is really, and this is Professor Catherine Hyho, she's a climate scientist of Texas Tech. We need to expand the number of people who are in the conversation. So think about different communication tools that you need for different audiences. Bring more people into the conversation so that you will increase the hope that we can all do something and achieve change together. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Now, what I'm really curious to hear is these public broadcasters, how have they received your report?
Well, the report was received very well, and many of the public broadcasters have already started super interesting approaches, particularly the Norwegian public TV. I'd like to single that out here, that have had a strategy. They were the first ones when I called and I said, like, oh, they're a news director, can I interview you? And she said, yeah, but let me send you our climate strategy first. And I was thrilled that someone actually had a climate strategy. Obviously, public broadcasters are huge organizations, very different interests in there. And the bigger the organization, you all know that when you're in a big organization, also the more status and privilege is tied to the way everyone has been doing things all along. So managing change, driving change in a large organization tends to be very hard.
Well, within large organizations, there's a lot of competition for resources, okay? From what you've seen, in order to cover a story this big adequately, do people have the resources they need now?
People never have all the resources, but that's also a matter of priorities, and that is something that you have to do. You have to shift your focus, you have to shift priorities, and you have to stop doing other things that are sort of countervailing forces.
Well, priorities also, when we're talking about public broadcasters, we're talking about people who are subject to the winds of political support within their countries as well. We saw that spectacularly with the BBC in recent years. So, I'm wondering, what is the relationship to that? What is the space within which the public broadcasters can respond, and how much is that space determined by the political sector?
Obviously, there's a lot of political pressure, but I mean, public broadcasters also have a mission. Their mission is to serve everyone. So they actually have to, as I said, to make the content for people others might not make content for, because other media organizations very often focus on audiences that are lucrative for them, that bring them subscriptions and engagement. Whatever, public broadcasters have to serve everyone, so they have to be very innovative. But if there are these forces that are against this, I mean, they have to say, this is our responsibility. This is not optional. Climate journalism is not optional. As public broadcasters in particular, we really have to make sure people have all the information they need to protect. We heard that protection is a great narrative, protect their families, their lifestyles, and the future of their children.
Thank you so much, Alexander. We need to move on to our next speaker, Yvan Coron, Future of the Planet Chief Editor at Agence France Presse. This is a transversal initiative within AFP where reporters from different countries, bureaus and desks, business, society, politics, science collaborate to put the climate into a wide range of story. So far as we know, it's quite a unique approach, Ivan. So we're really curious to hear from you what's happening, and you're responsible for covering the future. That also sounds pretty radical, coming from a news angle. So how does that change your work? Please take the stage.
Yeah, I stood up too early, but so I have an answer for your question. But first, can I challenge a bit the premise of one of the videos that was in the beginning of the conference? I think it was, can we overcome the bad news, the broken, what was it?
Can we overcome the bad news problem?
Yeah, voilà. I think it's being done. I think if you look at climate journalism 5 years ago, and now I think you see a lot of innovation. I don't think climate journalism has been as constructive as it is today. I mean, half of what I read, honestly, is constructive climate journalism. You see so many new outfits, investigations on the ground in the Global South, everywhere. I mean, I'm part of the Oxford Climate Journalism Network. They have 600 now journalists trained or being trained from everywhere, and most of them are not climate reporters. So. And also, I'm going to show you the last slides of my presentation. Does this work? Is it red or?
The green one.
Green, of course. Let me see. Yes, this one. This comes from the digital news report from the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism on news avoidance. We often hear that people avoid climate news and it's a big problem. That's partly true, but there's no specific climate news avoidance. If you looked at the most avoided topics among news avoiders, I mean, climate is here. I mean, I'm personally a sports news avoider, right? And this is here. I mean, people avoid all different kinds of news, but climate, I don't think there's a very specific problem about climate news. So, and that's, but Mitali from the Reuters Institute may talk about this. Anyway, so I'm here to talk about AFP. I'll do it in 2 minutes or 3 minutes. I don't know when I started. I work for AFP. We're a news agency. I think the ecosystem of news you have to understand, I mean, you know, most of you, but maybe not everyone, you have different kinds of media organization. And news agencies, we do the news. We do the daily news. And I'm going to tell you how we reorganize our structure, our strategy to cover the news while taking into account what's going on with the climate. So if you look at those images, this is a beautiful fjord in Greenland. Anyway, it's a video, but it's okay. Most of the climate coverage that we do at AFP is not by climate reporters. It's from general news reporters, VJs, foreign correspondents. We don't have so my title is Future of the Planet editor. We don't have Future of the Planet reporters everywhere. We're in 150 countries. We have 1,700 journalists at AFP, and they cover the news. So it can be political, it can be business, it's current affairs, it's weather, extreme weather events and climate. And so the work of climate coverage is from all these people who are not climate specialists. So, but we told them climate is a priority, and the way we did that came from the top. I think it's a very good lesson for news organization. When we got a new chief editor in 2019, she actually polled all the journalists at AFP, and especially younger people at AFP, and said, "Oh, what should we cover better? What should we change? What should be our priorities?" And the future of the planet, climate, environment came out on top. And so from that top management push, we did several things. And in the structure, the most important one we did is in a Paris newsroom, which is our headquarters, we broke down the economic business department, one of the biggest desks in the newsroom. We broke it down, no longer exists. And we created something called the Planet Hub. And it's a team that has environment, climate reporters. They cover COPs, IPCC, nature. And in the same team, we have the people covering agriculture, transportation, energy, heavy industries. Okay, everyone in the same team with the same editors, same meetings, sitting all together. Those people used to literally sit different floors before. So we've had that for 2 years. I think it was very efficient in changing the culture and incorporating climate in your business reporting. That's number one. And then for the rest of the world, I said we have 1,700 journalists, 150 bureaus. We don't have future of the planet everywhere, but we try, and we have tools and organization, and we try and have all those reporters incorporate climate context and in every story they do when it's relevant. And so it's been pretty efficient. Now you can read, this is an example from one of our correspondents in Pakistan, okay? Foreign correspondent, Pakistan. She does a brilliant story about monsoon brides. Basically before extreme flooding that happened over the summer in Pakistan, some organization realized that some 14, 13, 15-year-old were married, so you can get, how do you call that? Anyway, comment on dit la dot? Thank you. So because the families affected by floods need money to save their belongings and their animals and all this. So we have climate context in that story. It's not a climate reporter that did it. Another example is last week we did this story about the French city of Caen that canceled the housing project, and it has good IPCC context in it. And it's just our reporter who covers Normandy in France. And our agriculture reporter did this last year. And it used to be 5 years ago that same person would do a story on agriculture without even thinking of CO2 intensity of different types of meat. And this is the reality now. And that's it for my introduction.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Very impressive. You want to go first?
Okay, Ivan, you've said that this was very efficient, but it's also quite radical from a certain standpoint, okay? Other news organizations have taken on climate specialists. They've created specialized climate desks. You guys did not. You brought together different people, and I'm just wondering, operationally, what did you have to do to make that work? Now, we talked before, one of the things you did was you put skin in the game. You went around and trained people, and worked with them very hard. But did any difficulties come up that you had to solve?
Yeah, it's always hard when you change structure and when you have something as established as a business desk.
Yes.
With 40 people. It's hard. People, I think we're all a bit conservative when we've lived something. So we had to do a lot of, you want to talk about training? We can talk about training, yeah. It means our business reporters have to learn to quote from IPCC reports. They have to start calling NGOs and non-business experts. It's very crucial when you cover airlines or when you cover farming. Farming is, we have 3 people only covering agriculture. And now they are talking to different sources. So people who, they go to COPs. It's not just our climate environment specialists who go to the COP conferences. And I think one of the maybe the one thing that's been very important, the most important, is we've done that training for everyone at AFP, but for the business reporters, it was really crucial. We told them, it's a training called How to Detect Greenwashing. And it's basically a training about carbon accounting, which doesn't sound sexy, but a lot of business reporters are actually lost when they get a press release announcing some green project or something around a climate pledge from a company. And so we've done a very simple training. It's a workshop where you learn about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Okay? And how many people know about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 here? Well, you're much better than the average journalist. And so we are 300 journalists at AFP all over the world who've done that training, and they are much more confident when they get a press release announcing some kind of net zero pledge for 2050.
Great, thank you so much, Yvonne. We need to move on to our next speaker, and that is going to be on the screen to hear from Dr. Lagipoiva Shirel Jackson, Director of the Climate Journalism at the Solutions Journalism Network. Shirel is, among many things, an award-winning Pacific Island journalist and scholar. For over 20 years, she has reported from the front lines of the climate crisis in her home islands of Samoa, and she is the host of An Impossible Choice, an interesting podcast series by The Guardian on the existential nature of the climate crisis for Pacific Island countries. Let's see if we have Shirel on the screen. Hey, Shirel, good to have you.
Hello.
Thank you, Talofa.
Over to me, okay.
Yes.
Shirel, you know, first I have to congratulate the Solutions Journalism Network. You've been around for 10 years, and I never saw a movement catch on so fast in my 4 decades in journalism. We know what the idea is, that instead of focusing on the problem, you're looking for how are we going to solve this problem? How can that work? But this raises another question. You know, any solution can lead to a new problem. We don't need to think of examples. There are many out there. How does solutions journalism address a situation where initiatives are effectively experiments that may or may not work in the long term? How can you be credible and powerful in addressing that kind of situation?
Well, thank you very much, Mark, and thank you to the hosts of this conference for the opportunity to share my views. That's such a big question, and indeed solutions journalism has been integrated to many newsrooms and through many beats. With climate solutions, it's so important to make sure that in pursuing a story on climate, that the solutions that are being explored and written about are given the same treatment and rigor that an investigative piece is treated. So it is important to note that in reporting on solutions, you're not necessarily hero worshiping, or you're not necessarily speaking to only the positive things, because what's really important with climate solutions is ensuring that the solutions that our international community, our local communities, and many others across the board who are working together to ensure that we're countering the impacts of climate change, that these solutions are analyzed, that they are treated with the same rigor that we give any issue in journalism. So there is great value in ensuring that when we report on climate solutions, that journalists are giving it due diligence, that we're not just taking a solution that's being proposed by the business sector, private sector, as something that works and it is final. So, Mark, it's such an important question. And I feel like the news media has come a long way in integrating and in treating stories of solutions, especially when it comes to climate, as as a very important investigative piece as well. In the work that I did with The Guardian, you mentioned the impossible choice. I do reiterate the points made by previous speakers on the need for localizing, the need for interrogating issues on the ground from a community perspective. In that work we did, we worked with 5 journalists on the ground in different islands, and they did the interviews in local languages with a full understanding of the nuances of the climate crisis in local communities, within Indigenous communities. So you had journalists of that community reporting on the solutions, but also the problems in the community. And they were better able to, to really talk about how to counter certain problems when it comes to the impacts of climate change, because they have a really rooted and grassroots understanding of the issues in their own community.
Great, thank you so much, Sherelle. You mentioned this role for local journalists as a key force in climate coverage. If you were to advise local journalists in other countries, what would your sort of top tips be for them to be successful in solutions journalism?
Aside from taking one of your seminars.
True. So the Solutions Journalism Network does have a very good Train of the Trainers program. I do definitely recommend that. In reporting on solutions, it's really important to fully understand and apply the same rigor that you would on any investigative piece. So ensuring that you are, reviewing the literature, you are speaking to the experts in that field, and ensuring that you fully understand the solution before writing on it. And so seek perspectives of credible sources in order to fully understand that solution. But also don't negate, and at the local level, don't negate the understanding and the nuances of local experts, especially, say, community leaders. That some of the issues that we face in solutions journalism is we sometimes just take the peer-reviewed articles, but some of the solutions that are rooted in Indigenous knowledge, and the sources for those Indigenous knowledge are community leaders and those who are holders and keepers of that ancestral and Indigenous knowledge. So the metrics that one might apply, say, internationally to interrogate a problem or a solution, we also have to apply the nuances of local knowledge and local understanding. So my advice to local journalists is that if they are writing or covering on climate solutions on the ground in a community, to also take into account the verification measures in that particular community.
Their own Indigenous verification measures, do you mean? What makes them credible within the community?
Yes, so it is with Indigenous knowledge, the verification measures are, for instance, elder knowledge, or oratory that is passed down through generations. These are not necessarily peer-reviewed articles or academically backed measures, but it is important to give voice to minorities and to give voice to Indigenous communities where the science have not necessarily explored to the very depths of it, the validity of some of those climate solutions. So as an example, in many Polynesian cultures, there's ways of weavings that are, when you weave a slatted kind of like, there's Samoan words for this. Now I'm going to try and translate. It's like curtains, but you weave it out of pandanus leaves. There's a particular weave that applies to coastal areas and particular weaving that applies to mountainous areas. That's local and Indigenous knowledge. Has not been researched, it's not in peer-reviewed article, and has not been well studied by academics. But it is there, the knowledge is there, and there's adaptation and a climate solution in that approach from a sustainable building perspective. So that's just an example of how, as a local journalist, make sure that you also take into account the climate solutions that communities come up with and the validity of Indigenous knowledge that are integrated into climate solutions.
Great, thank you so much, Shireen. Very insightful, and we really hope that you can stay on for our Q&A later on. Thank you so much for taking the time right now. We are now going over to hear from Shireen Daver, Program Director of CILI's flagship initiative, Climate Exchange, on a mission to reshape the media ecosystem by rewriting climate journalism with global newsrooms. Shireen, you've had a long career in communications, regenerative business development, and you now apply some of that thinking to the world of CILI. So come join us on stage. In the work that you do, what is a major step change in the way that you approach climate journalism, and in particular, reaching audiences with climate news?
Thanks, and thanks for welcoming me here today. I just was talking to Chris about being potentially a bit of an outlier in this audience. I don't come from a world of journalism necessarily, I come from the world of communications. And I worked in ad agencies for years, don't hate on me. And I love storytelling, I love brands, I love narratives, I love words, language, people, human nature. So what you were saying before about the insights and how we can use those insights to leverage them into a world where you as journalists and gatekeepers of history and storytelling and mapping the future, and how to use and borrow those from a world in which has built some of the most, I suppose, strongest platforms for communications in the world. So as Anouk said, I am here from Suli, and Suli was the brainchild of, or is the brainchild of Tom Truenard and Fergus Bell. They're two journalists you may probably know of. They're very well known in the industry around misinformation. They're at Climate Week. So collectively, we're trying to take this on together. And I head up Climate Exchange, and Climate Exchange is the first initiative of Suli, and it looks to really rewrite the climate narrative. I've got a clicker somewhere. Green?
Green,
okay.
yes.
And so when we say rewrite the climate narrative, what does that actually mean? It actually means, like, how do we start to use sort of different stories and different ways of talking about climate in ways that resonate. And what we're talking about here is therefore reframing journalism in itself. So moving away from legacy media, from dominance of sort of hardcore activism that has been coming through today, echo chambers, which have also been mentioned, polarizing conversations that actually cause discourse to break down and fragment as opposed to align, and also then stopping people from engaging. So whether it's fear-based, avoidance-based, the research supports that people are disengaging with this. So how do we actually rewrite that narrative and shift it into something else? And so where we're looking at the moment is around climate as a cultural currency, and currency being a word that's purposefully used because it's building the equity and building the value in the climate narrative. So actually, how do we start to show both editors, newsrooms, and people at large, businesses, organizations, academia, wherever in the whole of the ecosystem at large this comes from, how do we start to converge and build more positive climate narratives? And what then that leads us to is something we're calling climate culture. And the reason why we're sort of using these words is the theme that is coming through today, I think it's quite apparent, is about culture and about actually finding the hooks and the narratives that matter to people as human beings. And as Evan said, that might not necessarily be that you're leading with a climate-first message. It could be that you're talking about, as we were just mentioning before, Indigenous culture and how you weave those stories and how you pass those stories down. And so we've coined this as, what the meaning of this is, it's the acceptance of climate as part of our global daily life, our ideas, our customs, our social behaviors, and how we embrace that as a proactive mitigation in this conversation. So how do we use these threads that people care about? How do we actually mine for these insights that people care about? And how do we start to embed ourselves into the deeper culture of conversation and society? This actually then leads very exactly what you're saying. We're totally aligned in the fact that maybe this looks at different capacity building. And then that leads us to the next bit, which is about radical collaboration. The word collaboration is thrown around all the time. But in terms of what we try and coin this as, is that we look at everywhere in the ecosystem. And people have been vilified in these climate conversations because of certain things in past, in history, PR stories, however you want to frame the story. But actually, it's around the why of the partnership. Why have you actually come together? Why are we actually collaborating on something? What are the real needs of the newsroom? What are the real needs of the people that are hearing the story? What are the real needs of the collaborators in this? And very importantly, what are the common values in this? And how do you leverage that to have complementary strengths that can drive that transformational thinking? And that's why we call this, in effect, radical, because when we look at working with collaborators, we have sort of 3 areas that we do this, and we try to go a little bit earlier in the funnel than content alone. So we start at the business development side of it. So we have knowledge exchanges that happen in different areas around the world that we work. We work in Africa, Asia, and Europe, and soon to go into LATAM, I hope. And we bring knowledge from those communities together, and it's local knowledge from those communities that matter. So it's not extractive. We're going in and we're listening to people on the ground. We're hearing what's happening real time in those newsrooms, and then working with them to actually answer and help come up with solutions, but with them. And then that also includes other people within the ecosystem as well. So it's not just journalists, singularly journalists. It's actually people from data science, academia, research, business, politics. And a couple of examples that we've got from this, which we're quite excited about because we're relatively new as an organization. There's two prototypes, business prototypes that we've got that hopefully are in development. Well, one is in development, and that's in Asia at the moment, and it's actually looking about food security. But it's through a podcast, which they've looked at what foods are going to be extinct. And it's done through chefs, it's done through actually talking about those foods, it's done through local communities, going to the local community, talking to the local community about their history, about the local foods they love. Food is culture. We all love food. Who doesn't love food? And so that then became a podcast, and that is now a monetizable product. And they're trying to, and that's in market now. It came out of one of the exchanges, and then the other exchange in Europe is now going to come to fruition with Unbiased the News, who we are working with on something called Public Editor, and it's going to be look at how do you use insights-based research, so going onto the ground and actually finding out the threads that matter to local communities, and not using the word climate and not using the word journalism to find out the threads that matter. So it could be about water, it could be about food, it could be about migration, so many topics it could be about. And then the investigative journalists will go off and work out their own threads. And then the piece that's monetizable, hopefully, about that is that it will be crowdfunded. And that means that people can vote with their wallet, and let's see if that prototype works. So that's the business development side of it. Part of the other bit of the knowledge exchange is around impact. So what's the impact of the newsroom? What's the overall wish that the newsroom wishes to have from a climate impact, and how do we map that? So we have an impact lead who works on that. And then we have a content department who looks at how do you actually start to optimize content so content becomes cultural. And then a regional exchange, which is around using valuable regional knowledge that is often not shared from countries like Africa into Europe, Europe into Asia, and so on and so forth. So we actually start to build radical collaboration. And if you'd like to join our community, you can just scan the little QR code up there. There's a screening process, but it's around really values and understanding, and there's a little application, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shireen.
Shireen, foundation support has been absolutely critical to the emergence of an independent press sector. Okay, I'd like to ask you, we know that support has been growing up to a certain point, can't be infinite. Okay, you spoke about business development and about crowdfunding in particular. Mm-hmm. What other things are you thinking of, and is there any media that to you exemplifies creative business development? For me, it's the key of independent. But I'm
So what did you say, it's the one?
For me, it's the key of independent.
Mm-hmm.
We're very, very creative. But I'm wondering what you're thinking about. What kind of opportunities do you see for the independents who are carrying this story in a lot of places? How can they develop their business further beyond foundation support?
So that's one of the reasons why the Knowledge Exchange was born, is to actually try and look at these financially sustainable models. So in the same way that, we're talking about threading stories through society, we're looking at how do we actually borrow from business models that exist out there. So entrepreneurial business models, we're trying these things. We don't necessarily know where people will vote with their dollar. So that's why I was saying before that it's really important to try and unlock what matters to people, because at that point, then they'll pay for news, right? And that's building equity in the climate. So yeah, there's crowdfunding, there's licensing, there's all these different business models that we're playing around with newsrooms. But again, what I will say in that is that it is locally dependent. It is according to market, and it is depending on what newsrooms have tried before. And I shouldn't say just newsrooms, news organizations.
One quick question. Are you going to open source the results of these experiments so that other people can use them too?
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the agreements that we've got with the collaborators, that we work with them, we add additional support. So we don't, once we've given micro grants or they find funding, we walk with them on it, and then we allow all of the member in the network to see those results as we publish them. So hopefully, you know, like if the licensing model works for the podcast in Asia, and it's a great subject, then it can get licensed in another market. I'm hoping the crowdfunding works there.
Super. Thank you so much, Shireen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we come to our fifth and last speaker for this panel, Lars Thaler, Chairman of the Sustainable Journalism Partnership. Lars, please take the stage and tell us what this partnership is about and why it is needed.
Thank you. Well, let me start by asking you two very basic questions. Can you imagine a democratic society without independent journalism? And the second question is, can you imagine a sustainable society without independent journalism? Well, it's hard to do, isn't it? Because democratic, sustainable societies are dependent on journalism, just as journalism is dependent on democratic, sustainable societies. And this simple conclusion led us to start the Sustainable Journalism Partnership. From the beginning, we were just a few dedicated members. Now, 2 years later, without any marketing, without any core funding, we have members in 70 countries all over the world. So, what does sustainable journalism entail? What is the concept? Well, we've talked a lot about content here, but if we talk about media companies, if you talk, it's an industry, just like any other industry. So it's not only content, but we need to look at operations. We need to look at our business models. We need to look at our operations. We need to look at our diversity and gender equality strategies. And this image describes an ecosystem for sustainable journalism. But of course, what makes media journalism special is the content. And you hear a lot of different concepts here. Solution-oriented journalism, constructive journalism, climate journalism. But I believe that we are all very much part of a movement, of a community. And I think especially listening to Ivan here, I totally agree what you say. This is a movement that is growing at an incredible pace. So when we talk about climate journalism as only a problem, well, it's not, because there are so many good examples and there's so much happening. And I would say only in the 2 years that we have run the Sustainable Journalism Partnership, there's been a tremendous change. And so far, so good. But I believe that if we really want to make a change, it's not enough to talk about content, and it's not enough to talk about different strategies, but we need to look at the systemic level. And for us, it's very much understanding how independent journalism is connected to the development of the green sector, and how we jointly can find a way forward towards democratic, sustainable journalism. Very much what this event is about, very much what we are doing at this very moment. So we need to do this, and of course, without losing the integrity of journalism. So, if I please could have the next slide. Oops.
One back. Yes.
There you are. If we look at the systemic level, I want to look at 4 models that are guiding our market behavior. 2 obsolete models and 2 models that I think are fit for the future. Start with the shareholder model. The shareholder model says that a company's only responsibility is towards its shareholders, and its only duty is to make profit. Now, there are many problems with this model, but the major problem is that it cannot solve the environmental and social challenges our societies are facing today. If we look at the media sector, we know that the advertising model has served us very well for at least 100 years. But we also know that the present fierce competition from social media, combined with disinformation, has broken this model. So we have to find alternatives if we want journalism to thrive. If we instead look at the models for the future, I think that the stakeholder model is definitely one of them, because it advocates for considering the interests of everyone, including the well-being of the humanity and our planet. It's a model where companies are seen as responsible, integrated actors in society. Very obvious thing to see. If we look at the media, we don't see a similar model, and that is what we want to work on for the coming year. Can we find a media sustainability? And why is that necessary? Well, if we look at the shareholder model and the advertising model, what is the shared interest of that? Well, it's generating revenues, it's profit. And that is the only shared interest with these 2 models that they share. Can we possibly find a model where the stakeholder model combines with a similar model for the media, and where our shared interest is an environmentally, socially, and economically sustainable world? Now, I started asking you 2 questions, and I would like to end by asking you yet another question. Because I believe that in this room and in front of the screens of everyone who's watching, I think there's a lot of people that hold the answer to this question. If I look at the green sector, especially the startup sector, I'm amazed by the innovative power among the people that I meet. And I think if we can sit at the same table, in many ways, the way we do it today, and really try to find solutions to this problem, I think we can come up with a solution where, of course, and I underline it again, independence of journalism is sacred. So, if you have an idea on how this can be done, we have in our community, we have professors, we have editors-in-chiefs, we have media developers, we have educators. We're working on it, but we need your expertise and we need your innovation power to find an answer to these questions. So, welcome to join our community, and thank you for listening.
Thanks so much, Lars. And as you sit down, this all sounds so interesting, but it also sounds a bit theoretical. So I'm wondering if you have one practical example for us.
Yes, because that is the great threat, the great challenge. How do we put this into practice? I will give you one example that we've done. We have worked with 4 of the leading European media companies when it comes to sustainability. And that is Schibsted, Norway and Sweden. It's Sanoma, biggest media company in Finland. It's JP Politiken, biggest media company in Denmark, and The Guardian. And if you remember these different areas that I showed in the image, we have looked at all these images in a huge learning project all during this year. And one of the products is an e-learning course. It's a 30 hours e-learning course that we will launch in November at the Helsinki University. So that is one practical example. I'll give you one more quick. And that is we have been working with universities in East Africa. So we are in a process where we are looking at how can we integrate sustainability into the journalism curriculum. So we work with 10 universities from Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. So that is how we put these theories into practice.
Great, thank you so much, Lars. And as with the first panel, we've been speaking a lot, and we need to drop straight into the Q&A to make it to lunch. So let's do that now. Again, an interactive Q&A with you here in the room, but also on the screens. And again, if you have questions, remarks, just put them in the chat. Let's open up to the floor. We will start in the room here. François Piernel, let's take a look at sustainability in newsrooms from a different angle. You raised your hand because you have a perspective there. Your work focuses on building the capacity of media organizations to not only report on climate change, but also to implement sustainable practices within their operations. Can you tell me a bit about what that looks like?
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think I work at the Media Innovation Studio at the University of Central Lancashire, and what we really do is look for innovation-led solutions in both insights, teaching, policy, and public engagement. So I come from a farm. It's quite practical. We learn by doing, and so we don't only ask sort of why the cow is in the ditch and how the cow got into the ditch. We also try to get the cow out the ditch. And so our specific activity now is to focus on those diverse innovators and leaders in news organizations that are trying to get the cow out the ditch and to give them the competence and the confidence and the connections in order to be able to do that. And we are doing that by connecting with a whole range of people who are working in this space. Yeah.
Great. Mark, do you have a question there too?
Well, yeah, I'd like to hear about what a sustainable practice looks like in a newsroom.
Well, I think we've been looking quite a lot. I think, first of all, we need to think about the fact that news organizations don't only have to talk about sustainability, but have to walk the sustainable route as well. And I think how they start doing it, I think in the first place, I think you need to start reading Alexander Borchardz's report for EBU would be a very good way to start thinking about it. I think the first bit is we have heard from Ivan and others that some people are already doing this and the future is already here, but I don't think the future is equally distributed as we know. So I think the first way to do it is to commit or recommit to doing something. and not everybody is there yet. I think the next very clear thing is to convene conversations in your news organizations to bring people together, not just in the newsroom, but across the business, to try to build a cohort and connect with other conversations. And there are many other groups here who are doing that. And then I think the next bit of that is just to start acting, to start doing. And we've figured out here already that agency comes from the first step of acting.
Okay, just a point of detail. You say across the news organization. You mean the business development people should be in the room with the news people to figure out where the organization is going?
I think where organizations have created the deep cultural change is that they have started conversations across the business. And I'm not just talking about those who are in the newsroom and those in the development department, but there are people in your service department, there are people in your technology department who care deeply about these issues, and actually creating a real community within your own business and convene those people together to start thinking about it, I think is a very important step. And of course, to connect them with broader conversations, and there are many fantastic groups here.
I would like to check with you, Ivan, because is this an implemented way of working already at the Future of the Planet?
What do you mean, like applying sustainability in our operations?
In your own operations, yes.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but I'll be clear about something. So we don't, for instance, we looked at our carbon footprint like many news organizations. It's basically flying, IT, and buildings. We have a lot of places in the world. We don't just have one building in Paris. So we're going to reduce our carbon footprint for heating and AC, basically, and then IT. So flying is complicated because we have to report the news, okay? So it's easier for us than maybe other organizations because we already have a lot of local staff everywhere, right? We have people on the ground. That's what news, not just us, writers, AP, not just us, but news agencies usually have a lot of people everywhere. So that saves a lot of kerosene, right? Yeah. But we've made it clear that we're not gonna say, oh, to reduce our carbon footprint, we're gonna stop sending people to do what they are supposed to do, right? We have to be in Ukraine. We have a lot of people in Ukraine. We have a lot of people in Israel, in Lebanon, in all those places, and we still have to keep going.
So what would your response be to that, Francois? How do you sort of balance the need for actually going somewhere versus implementing sustainability in your practice? Oh, sorry, I noticed that they took your microphone already. Go ahead.
I think there's not only one answer to that, so I don't want to be simplistic around that. But I think the starting point is to ask yourself that question. Are you asking yourself that question? Are you, if it matters, are you measuring it? Are you monitoring what you're doing? Are you thinking about it not just in the production process, but also, you know, scope 3, we can think about that. In a world where a lot of people are talking about AI, are we really thinking about the energy demands of the infinite distribution and consumption of the journalism? Are we asking those questions? And then in each of those places, are we monitoring it and measuring it and then working out what is the right solution for you and your organization?
And I think it's not only a question for journalism specifically, but for every one of us here.
Exactly.
How do we do this? All right. Thank you so much. Then, Tom, I think you... Yes. Thank you. Do you want to take that question, Mark?
Yes, I do. Tom is a principal actor in the Global Forum for Media Development. You know, you have more than 100 members, if I understand, around the world, including a lot of newsrooms in the Global South. And your goal is to help them develop. Now, you know, we all know that in independent journalism, foundation support has been critical. But, you know, when you and I talked about this, you said something that really hit me hard, which is that at the moment foundation support is very much oriented toward two issues, one of them being climate and the other being gender. And, great. This is part of a major upgrade in the capacity of journalists at every level and in every place to do their work. But you said there can also be some unforeseen effects about that, and I'd really like to hear from you about that.
Thank you, Mark. GFMD now has over 200 members, including some who are here, such as Amelia's organization, GIGN, and Suli, and Lars's organization, and many others. So 2 years ago, we embarked on a consultation. Hi, Lars. Good to see you, another member from EJC. Asking all our members all around the world, how can funding from philanthropies, but also from overseas development aid, be improved? Because we had undertakings from many countries and from the OECD and from the European Commission, they were interested in updating the principles they use when they give money to support media. And one of the things that came out of that process was that many organizations, especially in the Global South, told us in our country, the only thing we can get funding for is to train journalists on gender or train journalists on climate change. And I said, that's great, but we have other needs too. But because that was the priority of the European Commission, of individual states, and of foundations, they had gaps in their reporting. They were being funded to produce X number of articles on this subject, or to train X number of journalists. But actually, the broad spectrum of their needs wasn't being met. The danger of this on some subjects, and they were hearing from their audience that was having a negative effect on their perceived independence and their ability to trust that news organization. And so at the same time as this increase in funding is welcome and should go further, we have to also make sure that the way the funding is given is coordinated. It's not just programmatic funding or project funding. It also allows the flexibility so that some of the core needs that individual media are facing, especially in smaller markets where advertising, membership, sustainability are just not going to sustain the level of coverage or a media organization to survive.
May I ask? Okay, Tom, we're talking here about expanding the publics for climate news, and what you're saying is that if you're not expanding the public for news that people need now in their daily lives, the climate coverage isn't going to have the impact anyway because the people won't be there. Is that what you're seeing?
We have to support journalism as a public good, and within that, journalism will cover climate, it will cover these critical subjects, and specific expertise on how to do that better is really welcome. Now, in March, the OECD agreed on these new principles on, not new, these are things that many of us here have been calling for and asking for decades, if not longer. But there's guidance there on how to do no harm. There's guidance there on how we can coordinate better as a sector. There's guidance there for new donors especially. And if I was to give an action point from today is start giving and listen to all the excellent ideas we've heard in this room and listen to our members in Africa, in Asia, and ask them, what do you want? What are your needs? And let's start from there rather than deciding in Brussels, we want to train 100 journalists in this country. Let's start by asking them, how can we support you? How can our support fit into your existing strategies? And that way, it'll be A, more effective, and B, we can mitigate the potential of doing harm to the perceived independence of journalism in these places.
Thank you so much, Tom. We have a question in the chat. I'm going to post that to you, Shireen. Marika Houtman asks, about the models for the future, what incentives would you suggest to trigger players to move into these new models? Good reasons to change apparently do not yet outweigh the reasons to stick with the old models.
But sticking with the old models might mean we're not around to deliver the news. I was just going to sort of echo what Tom was saying. I think in terms of, really listening to the markets and what the challenges are in those markets is essential. So, we've gone around to Africa and to Europe and to Asia, and they are different. And their appetite for what they can do is different as well. So I think, in terms of equipping also editors to have those conversations and journalists to have those conversations with editors. Often journalists want to report on things. They don't have the backing, they don't have especially the dialogue or even the vernacular to be able to talk to funders in a different way. Sometimes it does require different language to be used in different situations. So we know that training is super important, but we've also learnt from being in markets that different training is actually needed, which is why in this case a lot of the work that we do is pragmatic. So we might be training, but we're actually offering pragmatic solutions. So the output of that is something that you can prototype and you can test and you can learn very quickly if it works. And then that becomes like, oh, maybe I can make some revenue from that. Maybe that does make me financially sustainable. Maybe I can move into a different area, and then maybe I can apply what I've learned from climate to different verticals if needed. So I think that's what I'd say.
Do you have an opinion there, Alexander?
Yes, definitely, because I really think what we need to do is we need to break the paradigm of traditional political journalism. Most news organizations are run by editors-in-chief who used to be political journalists engaged in the traditional he said, she said journalism kind of thing, which brings, deep connection between politicians and journalists, but is not really tuned at listening to the public and to the communities. And I think this is really core, to focus on different audiences, their needs, what they need for their lives, and not to focus on just decision makers and gathering and chasing quotes of decision makers, because then there will also be this disconnect between the public and the elite, like journalism, decision makers. They are not one of us, they're not here for us, but they are there to chase quotes and really reproduce the inside view of things. And I think this is really critical.
Great.
It's established by the data. I mean, I'm from France, okay? In France, 40% of the public believes we are serving occult interests. Okay, it comes up in the Sulfra's surveys all the time. Probably because we're doing what you just described.
For this next segment, we're going to move away a bit more from the journalism angle specifically and more towards the communication angle. Because when we talk about reaching different audiences with different means, one of them is actually through art. Artists all over the world find inspiration in climate change and also in the apocalyptic scenarios of not doing enough to stop it. We have some examples here. We have the supporting hands from Lorenzo Quinn demonstrating Venice's rising water levels. There's also this visualization of the impact of plastics in Mexico by Alejandro Duran. And we also have Thijs Biersteker's Voice of Nature, using real-time data from a living Chinese tree to highlight the urgency of climate change. What happens when you put art and journalism together? That question can be posed to Boris van Westering, here in the audience. Boris, you did just that, together with the Royal Academy of Art in The Hague and Arab Reporters for Investigative Journalism. Can you tell us a bit about this? Why this project?
Well, thank you for giving me the floor, Anouk. And actually, this is not about communication per se. It actually builds on the story that I just heard also on stage. Because when I was talking with the faculty non-linear narrative at the Royal Academy of Art, in combination with investigative journalists, is that there is a dire need to innovate in the storytelling approaches. Storytelling approaches that can actually include local stories and local people, and at the same time protect their voice into the story and value them, and also increase impact by not trying a linear storytelling approach. So I think if you look at, and I'm not sure at AFP, but at others, the stories that we get often are very linear. So there is something going wrong and we hear about it and it's the same riddle all over again. And I think if we want to, as media practitioners, we need to innovate and make new alliances. And that's what we did with arts and designers from the Royal Academy of Art. With investigative journalists, we did a project together just before the COP28, where we took 3 investigations. One, it was about water finance. The other was about the falcon migratory birds of falcons that have to go to South Africa but get captured in Egypt and then sold to a rich sheikh. And then the last story that you can see here is about wildfires in Morocco. And these investigations are 2 years long sometimes, and they gather solid data from on the ground, they talk to people, and it's a massive work. And so what we are trying to do is when we put them together is to deconstruct the story and the investigation of the journalist and try to rebuild it together with artists, with also with scientists. We invited them. Also Extinction Rebellion came along and others to look together like how can we tell the story from a different perspective, that we can include the angle of this woman that is deprived from water and her income, or the perspective of a bird that is captured, or the perspective of a forest that is burning. And so that we did, and we were able to put together this collaborative work, and that led to an exhibition, and we could also showcase the work at the COP28 and make the stories travel to the people that need to know, but also to value the people that were on the ground.
Well, of course, this project was done with our reporters for investigative journalism in Amman, which is where I discovered it. I looked at it, I thought, this is very, very interesting. But I had no idea about whether the project actually increased the reach and impact of the story. Now, certainly it could have impacted the journalists. Their perspective on how to communicate things could have changed. That's a good impact, okay? But what other impacts? Did it widen the audience? Did it reach different publics from those who would otherwise have seen the story through Arridge's publishing partners?
That's a very good question, Mark. And impact is, of course, difficult to measure. Do you value impact by the numbers of reach? Like we just heard about a nice video that goes 2.5 million around or even more. Or I do think the impact was quite a lot, because if you look at a story like from Morocco, which was about corruption, basically, and people not protecting the forest and replacing it by concrete, like a hotel. Like this is the hard fact. It's not climate change. It's the incapability of people to protect their forest. And that story could not have been told at the COP because of restrictions of the government, people that are, you know, climate accountability is a hard job. And climate accountability, we were able to bring this story to the COP, and we had more than 100,000 views. That's very nice. We have a different audience, because otherwise it would have been seen only in Morocco or in the vicinities of it. But multiple media outlets could also publish it.
So you were actually able to open another channel for that story,
yeah, absolutely,
through the artistic project.
Absolutely.
I wasn't aware of that. Congratulations.
Yeah. Well,
can I ask though, Boris, because we have a question in the chat that ties into what you're telling here. Now, I want to ask it to Yvonne, and it says, how can journalists hold companies accountable without discouraging them from making positive environmental changes? I think there's a balance to be had there as well.
Hold whom accountable? Sorry.
So how can journalists hold companies accountable while also trying to keep them engaged in making positive environmental change?
Oh yeah. So I think it's very simple. We go to the facts, okay? And I think if you don't, as a news organization, if you're not able to nuance between, I don't know, some companies and others, if you think everyone is greenwashing, then you're not telling any interesting story. It's much more interesting if you look at, I don't know, just oil and gas companies. Some are doing different things than others, okay? And you have to be factual, and I don't know, and you can tell a good story. It's not just universal skepticism in corporate coverage is not very useful to the reader. That's how we do it, I think.
Good. Thank you so much, and thank you also, Boris. We're gonna stick with the MENA region for a while longer because we have Hanan Sebis on the line. I think Henrik, looking at you in the back. Yes, Hanan is investigative reporter and president of the Union of the Francophone Press in Tunisia, and I think we have her on screen. Let's see. Hey, Hanan.
Salut, Hanan.
Hi.
Welcome. So great that you could join us. Now, as an investigative journalist, what is your take on constructive journalism about climate change, and more specifically about the problems that the solutions will create?
So, in the perspective of the MENA region, these topics are very important, but they are new in our region. So we are discovering them, and sometimes there is a misunderstanding of this topic because sometimes the authorities present the solution to environmental problems as a solution, but they are not really solutions. So we can give an example. The station or the plant of desalination are presented as the magic solution for the shortcut of water, as we are a region that have a big problem of water, but in reality, that what we noticed is that those plants are causing a lot of problems. So they are not solving the problem, they are making it more dangerous and more complicated. So now I think that in our region, we need to explain to journalists how to make the difference between the good solution or the real solution for the climate change and the fake solution. And we need to make a lot of media environmental literacy in our region because it's something new. The environmental journalism is something new. There is a lot of enthusiasm about it, but it is something that we need to cultivate more and more.
I'm sorry, Hanan, it's really, really hard to hear you. So I think what we could do instead is see if we can ask you these questions at a later time and then post them somewhere on our event page to get your input, because we know it's very valuable. We've spoken to you before, but it's very hard to hear you, so I'm very sorry. But I think it's really hard for the crowd to hear.
I will just make one point from our previous conversations with Hanan that I heard her speaking about there. Okay, in her part of the world, okay, and in other parts of the world, there are politicians proposing fake solutions, and it's not easy for journalists always to see what's happening. And by going into those fake solutions, Hanan, you know, correct me if I'm wrong on that, but by going into those fake solutions, by inducing them, introducing them, reporting them, and then not following up on them, you know, the result can be deleterious for a tremendous piece of the population, notably in Tunisia, the farm community, which has been urged to take on crops that did not solve the problem of water shortage.
Well, it's very unfortunate that we can't continue the conversation with you now, Hanan, but we'll come back at a different opportunity for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we have, because we have another question in the chat, but let's take a look in the room here and see if there's anyone who wants to raise another question. No? Then we'll go to the screen. Let's see. How do we maintain credibility when talking about hope and opportunities in climate reporting when we know that scientific evidence of the big picture is not very optimistic? Alexandra, is that something that you want to take on?
Well, what's the alternative? I mean, obviously, there's not that much optimism, but you really have to, you can also find parts that are optimist. And just yesterday, a report was released by the University of Exeter, and I haven't really read it yet, but it's, I attended the digital presentation of it, and it's actually about the positive, the solutions tipping points, which I really recommend diving into, because there are actually solutions tipping points, like, for example, the cost of renewable energies went down, and there are also other innovations that help people navigate daily lives. For example, there there's lots of increases in alternatives to beef and other meat-based diets, but there are lots of alternatives now in plant-based diets. So there are these positive tipping points also, and obviously you can't close your eyes and deny the really dire predictions, but you should also focus on what's going on to solve the problem, and who knows, because actually humans haven't been great in predicting the future at all. So let's just keep trying.
I can see you nodding, Lars. Do you want to add to that?
Well, I would like to add something that the head of environment at The Guardian said, Natalie Hanman. It's like, well, as journalists, it's our mission to tell the truth. And that is a simple version. And I would also like to add what you talked about, the climate action optimism. If we look at the solutions are there. We have the solutions. We have political solutions, we have financial system solutions, we have technical solutions. The thing is that we are not making use of it. So yes, of course, we are facing the most dangerous situation that humanity has faced, but there are solutions. And I think that is important for us as journalists to communicate.
Great, thank you so much. We're going to end this panel here. And then, let's see, where are we on time? Now I'm lost in my script. How about that? We're just halfway through the day.
How about that? I'd just like to end with something that Yvonne said when we spoke. Okay, and you said it more elegantly than I can. But you said something about there isn't news avoidance, there's avoidance of lousy stories.
Boring, I think.
Boring stories, thank you.
Great, let's all go for lunch. And for those of you watching on screen, be back here right before 14:15, because that's when we will continue with our third and last panel, where we will discuss disinformation and distrust in the climate change communication. Thank you so much.
I'll just go ahead and do it. No, sorry, it's to the studio. Jonathan, hi. Is that fine for the tech support team? I have shared my screen. Sorry, it would be good to speak to someone. I'm not sure what it
welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch, got that blood pumping again, get to moving. It's a long day for sitting down, we realize, but we're really happy to have you all here. And we are now getting ready for the third and last panel of the day. Let's first ask our speakers to the stage to sit down while we try to dive into the question of whose facts matter in the climate change story. So we have Alistair Bilby, Sven Egenter, Syed Nazakat, and then on the screen we will later on have Mitali Mukherjee. Please take your seat, guys. Thanks so much. Before we dive into the actual presentations and discussion, let's first take a look at what disinformation and mistrust around the climate topic looks like.
#ClimateScam. The hashtag threatening truth and action. Since December 2022, it has outperformed #ClimateCrisis and #ClimateEmergency on X. This demonstrates not only a climate crisis, but an information crisis. It's no surprise that 78% of people are concerned over false or misleading news about climate change. There's a lack of trust in news media in 15 of 28 countries, with the overall trust level sitting at just 50%. By way of perspective, search engines, 68%, are more trusted as a media source for general news and information than traditional media, 62%, owned media, 51%, and social media, 44%. Greenwashing and cynicism also contribute to mistrust and disinformation in the media. 52% of people say they have seen or heard false or misleading information about sustainable actions taken by brands in a range of sectors. More than 60% believe government and business leaders, journalists and reporters are purposely trying to mislead people by saying things they know are false or exaggerated. This undermines support for public and political action, affects the implementation of climate policy, and acts as a platform for wider conspiracy theories, scapegoating, and social division. News media and investigative journalism can play an important role in creating a more trustworthy and informative media landscape.
Well, I've been around for decades, and I never saw a period in which facts were more disputed, or even their existence being disputed. So we thought we had to deal with the question of whose facts are legitimate and to whom. Practically speaking, what constitutes proof to the public for climate information, climate communications? We're going to hear first from Alistair Bilby. He's an Information and Communication Officer at the Unit Communication of the European Commission and part of the Directorate General Climate Action. And what that means in ordinary language is he's a frontline soldier dealing with disinformation every day and trying to put out something that's more true. So thanks for fighting, Alistair. Okay, we know it's not easy. Okay, can you give us an example of the climate disinformation that you're dealing with, you know, in your role every day?
Please come to the stage, Alistair, and you have your slides here. People can see you.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Mark, for the introduction. Yeah, my name's Alistair Bilby, as was said, and I work primarily as a speechwriter at DG Climate Action at the European Commission. But part of my job as well is to look at and try to address disinformation on climate change. So with my 5 minutes today, I'd just like to give you an overview of what we're doing within our department to tackle climate disinformation. As well as looking at a specific case study that we worked on earlier this year around the EU elections. But before I dive straight into that case study, I wanted to give a quick overview of the kind of bread and butter work that we're doing at DG Klima on climate communication. I think in the broadest sense, our work is firstly trying to raise awareness of climate change amongst the population. We know from surveys that we've done that 93% of people do consider climate change to be a serious problem, but it's something that we really cannot take for granted. And so a lot of our work is trying to sensitize people to the impacts of climate change, and through that also try and garner their support for the policies that we're putting in place. So that brings the second main thread of our work is then explaining the policies that are coming out of the European Green Deal. And it's really important for us that we're getting the buy-in of the audience of people all across the EU, so that they understand the stakes of the climate change for themselves and for humanity as a whole, I suppose. Without that support, of course, we can't really push through those policies effectively. We have to have the buy-in of everybody. So that's why I think I want to underline why we think it's important to communicate what we're doing, and not just to push the policies through without a communication effort. And that's why I think climate disinformation is so insidious and so dangerous, is because it puts at risk the successful implementation of those policies if we don't have public support. And we found this to be particularly the case earlier this year around the EU elections, and specifically in the case of electric vehicles. So one of the policies of under the European Green Deal is to phase out the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles by 2035, as I'm sure a lot of you are already aware. What we found around the elections is an uptick in the disinformation. As you can see on screen, some of the examples are that these narratives that come out are that an electric vehicle is no greener or more ecological than a conventional fossil fuel vehicle. That they're more dangerous, that they're more likely to set on fire. And you can even see here, the German example is that the ban on fossil fuel cars is threatening to actually increase somehow the global warming. We even found in one case a YouTube video that suggested that the president was actually cancelling the legislation around banning fossil fuel cars, and that gained over 500,000 views. It's just completely false, but this is why I think it's really important that we do something to fill that void. And that's what I really want to explain in our response, is that there's often a temptation within institutional culture to avoid responding, to kind of hope that it'll go away. And that works in some cases, but in many cases it's really important to fill that void, to make sure that there's some counter to what's being claimed. So what we did in this case was put together a positive narrative based on a very simple, what we call a listicle, a kind of BuzzFeed-style article, where we build a positive story about what electric cars are and all the benefits for people to make it clear. And I think maybe what we could have done better in this specific case is to do what I put down on the slide as pre-bunking, the idea instead of after the fact coming and debunking a myth, is trying to anticipate the kind of false narratives that are coming out and inoculate people against the ideas that are being spread. So there's research been done by colleagues in the Joint Research Centre that this can be a really effective means of making people more resistant to disinformation. If they already have in their mind the narratives that we want to put out, then they're less likely to just swallow whole the disinformation that they see. I think maybe that's all I have time to talk on, but I'm happy to take questions or discuss further. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Alistair. Take a seat. What we're wondering with this work that you do, and it's very important work, and I think also sometimes it can be very. Everyone okay over there? Good. It can be quite an emotional thing to have to deal with, but. One of the questions that we had when we heard you were going to be discussing this is, are you looking for the people who are, or the organizations behind this type of misinformation?
Well, not so much in my department. It's something that's very difficult to do. I think we have colleagues in the External Action Service that have a specific team that are looking into trying to identify exactly where those actors are. I think their finding oftentimes is that it's Russian or pro-Kremlin actors that are putting out a lot of disinformation. And I think in the case of the example I was talking about on electric vehicles, you can see that there could well be vested interests that have an advantage to be gained by trying to discredit the legislation that we're proposing that's approved.
Mark?
I'm curious, you mentioned Russia, which of course is a major exporter of fossil fuels. I'm going to ask a very sensitive question here, okay?
I'll do my best.
Okay. Are Western energy companies doing this too?
I don't think we have any evidence to suggest that. I would have to consult my colleagues in the External Action Service who have perhaps a better idea. But we don't have any suggestion that that's the case, and I would like to hope not.
Okay. A second question is that, when we were discussing before, we gradually realized that the anti-disinformation efforts of the EU are spread over a number of different directorates, units, and all of that. In most large organizations, that is not a prescription for efficiency. Is the EU an exception?
I wouldn't say it's an exception, no, not at all. No, you can imagine with across different departments, across different DGs, there are sometimes competing priorities. There's a reticence to act quickly. We want to take time and be considered in what we say, and often in the case of reacting to disinformation, you need to do that quickly to nip it in the bud. So the short answer would be no. I think we're trying to improve our work on that. We have formed an internal network across the different departments, the Network Against Disinformation that's been running for several years now, that we're trying to make more operational so that we, rather than just talking about the narratives that arise, that we're kind of taking action quickly where we deem it to be necessary. But it's a work in progress.
Very interesting. We'll talk more about networks later on when we have Syed on the stage. But first, let's ask Sven, again, they're on stage with us now. You're the founder and editor-in-chief of Clean Energy Wire and executive director of the multi-award-winning German climate communication platform Klimafakten. Sven, how does Klimafakten make sure that all the facts reach the right audiences? You want to take the stage?
Well, thank you, Anouk. Thank you, Mark, for organizing this event where, I have the great pleasure to meet a lot of people whose ideas have inspired our work and who stand for ideas that have inspired our work. And you're raising a very good and very important question, how do we make sure that the facts that are facts, scientifically proven, actually reach the people? That sits at the heart of our work. And it also sits at, you also delivered some of the answer as you entered the word trust into the frame. But before I will give you a little spiel on how we do it at Klimafakten, and I can promise you, you will be part of this, how we do it at Klimafakten and Clean Energy Wire. I just want to say, 2 words on the sort of baseline of our analysis, where we see we're heading into now. Now, we've spent a lot of time about all these great ideas of how to make people understand what climate change is and that it matters and how to watch out for what we tell them. I think we have to be aware that the world has moved one step further. We've entered the age of climate consequences on 2 levels. One, our failure to act early enough is now leading you know, the climate consequences. We still have to do whatever we can to limit those, but the debates will be soon shifting in Europe and many other places where they've not been there yet. How do we adapt to these climate consequences? And we as communicators, as journalists, need to be aware of that. Second thing is, we are seeing the consequences, the positive ones, hopefully, but also in general, the consequences of climate action that's been taken. And that is also shifting the debate when we are talking about facts, because all of a sudden, everything about climate change and climate action becomes very personal to people in our audience we want to reach. There is a great chart from the International Energy Agency that shows, you know, its path to net zero, and it's 3 slices. One is, you know, the things that you can do, you know, the tiniest ones actually by completely not doing certain things or using other materials. Then there's a second biggest slice, which is technology switches, where you just replace technology A with technology B. And then there's the largest chunk, which shows the involvement of consumers, you, me, everybody. And that's where the debates are happening, and that's where it obviously, and we just heard one debate, electric mobility becomes a very personal and then obviously fraught. Open for climate misinformation. Climate? No, misinformation in general. Sorry, strip the word climate here. What do we do at Klimafakten? At Klimafakten, you know, we use what has been mentioned before, a value-based communication approach to understand where our audience is. So, and how we need to communicate in order so they understand what we're actually telling them. Now, let me ask you one question, and I mean it. I already got a bit scared when Lars said the same thing earlier, but I really want you to answer it now. Who of you had a conversation outside the direct work environment with somebody about a climate solution or you know, climate change, climate action in general over the last, let's say, 1 or 2 weeks? Hands up. Oh, that's good. That's a good share, as you would expect with people who are engaged. And now, who of you, try to be honest, started the question with, what do you actually think about this? Thank you. This is the problem. And we're addressing this at Klimafakten by trying to enable climate communicators to start a conversation with the people they want to reach, learning where they stand. And, you know, I'm not going to go into the details. We've now done this in workshops, in online talks, and now in full week-long seminars, if you want the full Monty, to sort of engage with them how to approach the various audiences they're talking to and understand where the starting point of their values, their identities, their fears, and so on is. We add, because misinformation is a tricky beast and it is used in many ways, also the classic element of debunking, pre-bunking, we've heard it. I only want to highlight one because we're really proud of this. This is our sort of 5 techniques of disinformation you need to understand in order to know when it's coming your way. It's been also used during the COVID pandemic by one of the leading scientists as in an explanatory way to understand how disinformation works, because that helps people to prepare for it, especially for those who work in communication. I think it's really important. And through this, you know, we've reached, with a team of 4, we've reached several thousand people last year in talks and all that, and now we're going into rolling this out, talking about sustainable business models as, you know, paid-for trainings on top of all the other work we're doing. Clean Energy Wire is clearly geared at journalists, and we, you know, don't mention all the things that have already been mentioned, which we try to integrate in our work. And, you know, do in our own reporting, which we then use to train other people on the topics that we've also researched ourselves, and then, you know, integrate in our network of now 500 journalists who've signed up to this specific approach. And with that, we do 2 more things which haven't been mentioned yet, but which are really important in terms of trust and international, you know, coverage. We lobby hard for collaborative journalism, because we really need to get out of this competitive mode when it comes to getting the best story, not about first being the best. And the second thing is cross-border collaboration. Can go very deep into this, or just mention one thing. We've launched now on an EU level what we call the guides to the EU energy transition and the dispatches from, with the goal to provide a baseline on what's actually happening in the EU and in various countries, and allowing people to use our sources and resources to research the energy transition in Poland or in France. And with our colleagues in our network to sort of like make sure that we don't transfer stereotypes from one on these stories that really matter. So this is what we do. Again, you know, we just been 10, yay, a great conference we had, and there's more to be done, clearly. That's, again, talking about sustainable business models. I'm all your man to discuss the way forward. Final thing, I feel, especially being here at Vattenfall, very important when we talk about trust and how to get facts across. The Edelman Trust Barometer is, you know, a smashing testimony of mistrust to all of us, as in the first incident, to journalists, politicians, the business. You know, we always rank very low when it comes to, you know, people's trust in those institutions. But there is light, big one. Actually, there's something we need to work on, but there's also something positive, which is, it also shows that there's huge trust in my employer, my coworker, my neighbor. And this is something, you know, I feel with all the methodologies that we have at hand needs to be harnessed much more to sort of shield people from misinformation, but also to create a sort of positive energy towards, you know, taking climate action with everybody and for everybody. So we heard that earlier today, this whole idea of together. I think that's what a lot of people are actually waiting for. Footnote, I'm not naive, and it has not been mentioned a lot today, but so I will do it. Brussels has a big job to creating, at least in Europe, but ideally worldwide, an information and communication environment that is conducive to all of that. Because as long as the best business model in a social media-driven and AI-dominated world is polarization, it's going to be really hard for all the work on new business models to get a debate that does not go into exact that direction, because it just pays better if you get people up, you know, in arms on all fronts. Donald Trump has already been mentioned. So, yeah, I mean, I'll leave it at that, and I can only invite you, you know, next time I'll let everybody stand up, because after lunch, I know it's always this sort of like, oh God, do I have to listen to them? Thank you.
Sven, I was going to ask you what makes your work credible and to whom, but I think you've answered that question already, so I'm not going to drag you back over it. I'm going to pick up on something you said. You were talking about the Edelman Trust Barometer, which is a very important resource, okay, and saying that people trust their coworkers and employer more than they trust media and government. In other words, distrust grows with distance. Is this the point you were making? Okay. Well, hang on. I see you agree with that, so I want to take it a little further. Okay. One of the things that some very creative businesses developed over the past 2 decades was ambassadorship. I think the Lego toy company was one of the first. Microsoft followed. This had a big impact on their public images. In the case of Lego, it saved the company. Okay. And I'm wondering, you know, there are some journalism organizations that are turning to ambassadorship to build their reader base and their revenues. Do you see something like that as being possible in a journalism sense simply for credible information? Do we simply assume that our users are going to be ambassadors for us because they're using what we give us, or do we take it a step further? Do we build communities of truth, as Reporters Sans Frontières has proposed?
Short answer is I would hope so. The slightly longer is, we've worked with a number of publishers and media houses in Germany. And one of the lessons I learned is that, old habits die hard and the business model is what it is. And, there is a lot of changes necessary to make that, what you suggest, credible and really part of the operation. I was really heartened to hear what Ivan told us about AFP, because I wasn't aware about the breadth of change they've implemented. Now, the business model is also different than the business model of many for-profit media. And one thing that really struck me is that, at a journalism conference 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, I asked a question to the audience, that it was all journalists, super engaged. Have you ever, in your whole career, been taught or even asked to think about what your journalism does with your audience? Not whether they click it or buy the subscription. That's one part. The other part is really, what does it do? And there is nobody who said, I ever thought about that. And if you want to be a credible ambassador for your audience, well, you need to ask that question. And how you get there, here is a media development job for somebody out there to install a sort of feedback with the audience that covers that part as well, and sort of then turns it into something actionable. But that's a little bit above my pay grade, I have to say, to come up with an impromptu solution.
Can we ask you another question, and going back to what Alistair said earlier on about where do you spend your energy when it comes to fighting disinformation? From Klimafaktens perspective, is the priority to support the publics who care about the climate, or is it to persuade those who don't really pay attention?
You need to support the first one in order to get the latter ones on board. I mean, this is again about the ambassador idea, but that is such a pompous word. I mean, let's get it sorry. We call our Clue journalists in regions ambassadors as well, so yeah, we like some pomp every now and again. No, enable the people who are already convinced that this is something worth doing, important doing, and have a good idea what could be done to bring as many others into the fold. But again, enable it to do it together with them, not the sort of, oh, I'll just talk to you as long as I need to until you just nod. That's not the point. A conversation, a dialogue is really finding a solution that then allows everybody to say, oh, I subscribe to that. It's a very Eurocentric view. I know that societies that are more sort of confrontational might not subscribe to that, but I do believe going forward, that's a way to move faster ultimately than just going confrontational.
Is this how you're functioning in your shop?
We do our best.
Well, what you did is wake us up after lunch, both you and Alistair, so thank you so much for that, Sven. We have Sayed Nazakat with us now, award-winning journalist, media entrepreneur, founder and CEO of Data Leads, a tech and digital media company that promotes open data and democratization of information at scale. Now, Sayed, you're going to talk us through Shakti. We're really eager to hear, and tell us how it worked and what the results were.
Hi, thank you so much, and thanks, Mark, for having me here. So we have two global challenges. One is protecting climate, another is protecting democracy. So this project is actually about protecting democracy. But what we learned through this experiment, can that be used for protecting climate change as well? So I will take 5 minutes just to demonstrate what we really did and what was at the stake, and how sometimes when people come together, they can really achieve incredible success. The challenge, the biggest challenge globally we're having is that how to bring good people together. Because bringing bad people together is easy, they just come along. But bringing good, intelligent, sharp people together is a tough job. And what we did ahead of Indian elections, and some of you who follow Indian politics, it was a massive, massive election. Whatever we have achieved in the last 75 years after British left, everything was on a stake. Because there was such a massive disinformation campaign, trying to mislead voters, trying to really manipulate the election processes, trying to create doubt whether elections will be really held or not. If you follow Indians' story, what's happening, you understand that what was at the center. And we realized that how to address this misinformation and disinformation, huge difference between the two. And we were very clear that a one media organization or a one stakeholder will not be able to do it. We need to find an innovative way to deal with it. One was, can we bring fact checkers together? India has one of the world's highest number of fact checkers, highest number in terms of their IFCN signatory, and also as an organization, we have trained, with support from Google, almost 100,000 reporters, editors, producers, and cameramen on online verification in the last 8 years, including AFP office in Delhi. We had those people with us. But the problem with the fact-checking world is the reach is very limited. These are small organizations, 8, 9, 10, 20 people, and they work together, and they hardly reach 40,000 people, 50,000 people, or at max 100,000 people. This is no match for a country where we have 1 billion people reading news all the time. So how do you reach this huge audience? So what we did essentially is that we brought all the fact checkers, major leading fact checkers together, and we brought major publications together, 50 newsrooms together, and these newsrooms are as big as 2,000 reporters, 5,000 reporters, 6,000 reporters. They're billion-dollar companies. Some of them are 150-year-old. In their history, they have never collaborated before. They're competitors. So for us, having all these organizations together, including India's leading, you can say something AFP for India, which is PTI, Press Trust of India, which is a massive news agency in India, including them on board as well. So what we did in this process, it was eventually 50 newsrooms. Each single day, they reach millions of people. 300 journalists from these newsrooms created a virtual newsroom where they were working 24/7 in more than 10 languages, because we speak a lot of languages in India. And you can see the amplification of it, actually. If you look at, on the left are the fact checkers, they were submitting almost 50 stories every day, fact-checking 50 stories every day. All these stories will go into an online repository. In the online repository, we were making sure there's a hygiene check. Whatever we are publishing, it's correct, factually correct. And then from there, the publishers will pick up the stories. So it was like from here, it was reaching 1 million people. But when it reached here, it reached 50 million people on any single day, the content, without extra cost, without extra money. Eventually, this project plays such a fundamental role in protecting millions of people from disinformation, and eventually it played a critical role as well, and we take little modest support without too much resources, but it was a whole process of designing this exercise, and eventually, you can see the results out there, and huge, almost 67 fact-check desks were established across the country, 180% increase in the regional fact checks. One of the critical learning for us in this project was misinformation does not alone circulate in English language. What circulate, because we speak different languages, sometimes different languages, because they are from different regions, have a different particular misinformation. Like Urdu has a lot of different kind of misinformation, most of hate. Hindi has something different, Malayalam is different, Kannada has different. And it was a great learning, actually, to also pay attention to the languages which are not in English, actually. And almost 92% increase in the fact check in real time, which eventually became one of the world's biggest collaborative effort protecting elections. And what really it helps us, actually, was how can we adopt this, actually, like for climate change? We removed the slide, it was too small, and we were not able to fit in a rush, but there were 3 learnings, I can say, how it can work for climate change. And we have an example for that as well already, because we have organizations who cover climate change, and we are bringing them together under a project called Asian Dispatch. If you Google, you can figure out it there. One was simplifying roles and responsibilities for different stakeholders, because in the project Shakti, there were also AI scientists involved for the deepfake. India's prestigious engineering colleges and scientists from those departments came and they helped us actually they came up with a tool called ITISAR, which tracks deepfakes actually, because we were thinking during election, deepfake will become the huge problem for India, which eventually was not. It was just 2% of the whole content, but we were ready for that as well. One was simplifying roles of different partners, being transparent, also creating a sense of urgency that if we don't do it today, we may not have free press after this whole exercise. But the biggest learning, honestly, was if you want to do a really big thing, if you want to address a big challenge, you need to make process very easy, very simple. Do not complicate unnecessary processes. Make it simple. Build an ecosystem or a framework where each one can be able to see what is the role they have to play, and they need to be responsible for that. So each organization which came on board actually signed a MOU accepting that this is what they will do on a day-to-day basis. And that played a huge role in terms of executing the project, where people were aware that they are responsible for this. There was accountability, but there was also ownership. Major globally, when we see why we're not able to have major discussions on climate change, I think people are not really clear what we really mean also by climate change. I mean, in Europe, you mean one thing. In Asia, we mean very different things. Like we have, literacy levels are very, very different as well. Like people do not really understand the language because the way you frame language in Brussels doesn't really work in a village in India, actually. And we have no scientific community coming forward and make an effort that we can simplify the process for them to understand what really is happening. So I think the point is, I think collaboration is possible. There is a chance to do big work in climate change, and we are seeing already so much happening now, climate change reporting. I was so glad to see at AFP globally, a major news organization already investing. Back home in India, we have a newsroom which only works with farmers. They reach millions of farmers every day, and they're working with us. So I think there's a lot of work already happening, but I feel like the scientific community needs to come forward and help build this collaboration. So I will stop here. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, Sayed.
Thank you. Okay, well, first, brilliant. Okay, now there are other networks. There's SVENS, there's Covering Climate Now in the United States. Okay, there are people who are taking a networked approach to climate information and disinformation. Okay, this one is somewhat different. I mean, the way you put the repository, and if I understand correctly, the local media were interpreting it and putting it out to their publics according to what they understand. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. Now, how would you apply this to a climate model? Of course, you're going to bring in the scientists. This is the first thing you said. You need to get them involved to put this information out there. You did this during a very hot election in India. Mm-hmm. Do you think you would have the same level of interest in climate coverage in news? What would this network look like?
Yeah. No, I think it is a great question. And to be honest, we did something which was more incredible, and that was essentially dealing with health and climate change. And that started almost 10 years ago when people were not even talking about disinformation, misinformation so much, actually. We brought 20 medical doctors, 20 journalists, and a couple of scientists together in one single room discussing how do we make sense of health misinformation or climate misinformation related to that. And that project became so successful. Today, we have 54 doctors and scientists from 30 or 30 plus countries working together, addressing health and climate and health misinformation. And the project is called First Check. You can Google it later. It's an IFCN signatory project. It's called First Check. It's essentially on health. But I think the key was that we realized 6 months before the COVID, we brought 100 scientists to Singapore, and we had a discussion about and the summit was called Misinformation, that time in medicine. And everybody was saying, what the hell is this summit all about? Misinformation in medicine. And then the COVID happened. And our team was the only team in the middle of COVID working with WHO, protecting people from misinformation. And eventually WHO came up with a new department which can work very well for climate change, which is infodemic management. There's a new department in Geneva called infodemic management. How do you handle too much information? The problem with climate is not really misinformation. The problem is there's so much happening for a common person to understand how do you really consume this information. So I think there's really a great opportunity. Somebody needs to anchor it, and somebody needs to support it in the initial 1 or 2 years. But there's an incredible opportunity to build a global alliance of scientists, climate scientists, fact-checkers, journalists, and publishers, which could really be a game changer for the generations to come.
When we discussed this with you earlier, Syed, preparing for your speech here today, we asked you what tips you would have for setting up a network like this to cover climate change. And you mentioned good technology, you mentioned working efficiently, but your face lit up when you said bring young people on board. You want to elaborate on that?
No, really bring a lot of young people on board. Bring a lot of young people on board and bring people from different fields on board. Actually, the framework which was built for a Shakti project didn't came from a scientist. Didn't came from someone who has been working on it for years and years. It was a public policy student. And he actually designed the first frame out, how will this universe function? And I think the young people have also different perspectives. The way they look at issues, I feel like public policy people are very good. People from design are very good. People from communities are very good. So if you look at we are a media company, but 80% of people in our company are not from media background. They are technologists, they are lawyers, some are doctors, so very different expertise. I feel because the challenge is what we are trying to solve, because we have our own biases. We have grown up in a particular way. We try to adopt the solution which we like and which we figure out, oh, this is based on my experience. We are dealing with something which we have never experienced before. We have to have a radical, irrational solutions as well. Irrational means like, how will two competing organizations work together? Like in India, we had Times of India, Hindustan Times. They are 160-year-old. They've never collaborated. They're immediate competitors. But in this project, they came together because they saw value. They saw they can save cost, they can save manpower. The content is free of cost available. They just need to republish it. So I think bringing young people, they bring also new energy. They're more, optimistic about the future. They're looking at future very differently.
Thank you so much, Syed.
Thank you very, very much.
Yeah. Now, discussing the topic of climate change in media won't be complete without the perspective of the Reuters Institute and the Oxford Climate Journalism Network. So on the screen, we have Mitali Mukherjee with us, award-winning political economy journalist with more than 2 decades of experience in TV, in print and in digital journalism. Now, Mitali is here today in her role as co-author of the Climate Change News Audiences, an analysis of news use and attitudes in 8 countries. Let's go over to the screen. Let's see if we have Mitali here.
Hi there, checking if you can see me and hear me okay?
Yes. Welcome, Mitali.
Excellent.
And you were going to present your slides yourself, right?
I am going to present my slides, and your production team is very kindly helping me in that effort, so I'm going to cue that up. Before I start, a quick word on the Reuters Institute for Journalism, which is a part of the University of Oxford, and part of what I oversee is our climate network that takes in 100 journalists in every cohort and essentially is trying to build climate confidence around reporting any story, actually, because we believe climate is not a story but a lens, and that's what we are doubling down on. Before I start with my slides, Mark, I was struck by your opening comments about how it's sort of a never-before-seen moment in terms of false information. And I was reminded of a 2007 essay that you may have read, which used the line, prices will rise, politicians will philander, and you too will get old. So sometimes it feels like it's a never before moment, but perhaps it is something that we've been living through in many iterations over the last few years. So let's start with the research that we have presented at the Reuters Institute around climate. I know that the central topic we're discussing is whose facts matter. And what I'm bringing to you, if we could cue up the next slide, is essentially audience research. This is what we do. This is the focus of our work. You may know us from the Digital News Report. So in this particular report around climate news and audiences, we worked with 8 countries. If we could move to the next slide, please. We worked with 8 countries, which was a combination of global majority and global minority countries, including India, Pakistan, Brazil, Germany, France, Japan, the US, and the UK, essentially looking to span 3 continents. These are online surveys, and I will add, especially for countries like India, that there is a filter in terms of the fact that the respondents that we have are essentially digital literate. They are of a particular educational qualification. So, I would sort of encourage you to keep that bar in mind. Could we move to the next slide, please? So here's what we have in terms of climate change news use. And I think this is handy while having a conversation about how audiences respond to climate change news. Essentially, across the board in all the countries, we have seen a little bit of an increase in terms of climate change news use. There's a lot to unpack in this around the fact that I know Syed was speaking so eloquently about, bringing the younger generation in, but some of our other research does point to the fact that increasingly younger audiences are drifting away from news itself, which makes us need to think a bit harder about what content and value we provide as news organizations and what actually could be a better fit for younger audiences. There is also more generally across the board, and this is age agnostic, a tendency to move away from the news. Part of it is that people feel overwhelmed. Part of it is that they don't see that much value. And of course, one part of it is the fact that extremely good journalism is now behind paywalls, which means that it is also a financial decision for people to reach out and access that news. Be that as it may, what we found across 8 countries was that there is a little bit more of an increase based on the previous year when we conducted these surveys in terms of consuming climate change news. Could we move to the next slide, please? So here's sort of an iteration again of what I was saying earlier, which is that there is a small decrease in climate news avoidance. What do we hear when we talk about climate news avoidance? Similar strains that we do around news in general, as I said, which is that it's overwhelming. There is a sense that you can't do much about it. There is a sense that it's all bad news, quote unquote. But what we have seen is that there is a small, and I will say small because I think it's important to highlight that, decrease in climate news avoidance across the countries that we looked at. Could we move to the next slide, please? Okay, I think this one is important because of previous conversations that we had around what's happening with news and information and who we trust. So if you were to look at this as a quadrant where on the one hand you have sort of high public recall and seeing these names and these organizations across mass media, and on the other you had a line of who the public tends to trust, you can get a sense of how this is plotted on the graph that you're looking at on your screen as well. So at the very bottom, where there is essentially low recall and low trust, is celebrities, religious leaders, and energy companies as well, where there is fairly high recall but a low level of trust is politicians and political parties. Lots of heads, I'm sure, in the room shaking their heads in surprise, thinking, "What? Politics, politicians, and the government as well." And right on top, and I think this is the important bit because it speaks to who our allies are in this entire effort of speaking more to climate change news, is high trust and high recall, which is environmental activists, which is scientists, which is official international institutions, whether that's the United Nations or of course, some of the research coming out from the IPCC. So high recall, high trust. You can see that the quadrant right on top to the right is where there is a cluster of both those good bits, which is environmental activists and scientists. Could we move to the next slide, please? So this one is, I think, central to the conversation that I've been hearing from so many great speakers today, which is around misinformation and what the levels of concern there are. As you can see, particularly for countries like India, Brazil, and Pakistan, which I would also argue are quite often disproportionately impacted by both extreme weather events, climate change, and broader issues of climate justice, is where there is very, very high misinformation around climate information. The question that we asked is, to what extent are you concerned or not that some news or information that you see or read or consume could be false? And we found close to 93% in India, responding, saying, yes, I'm very concerned. Much lower in countries like Japan, where there tends to be, across other research as well, that's what we've seen, where there tends to be a lower percentage, quite high as well for countries like USA and the UK, where in general there is concern around misinformation, but it's quite heightened around climate as well. And the final slide, please. So this one is about who is mentioned most frequently as sources of misinformation. I'm not going to sugarcoat any of it because you can see what the responses are across these 8 countries. There is quite a mention of energy companies, close to 30% in India, a bit less in the other countries that we surveyed. It is pretty high as well in terms of some of the official institutions. I think this one just needs a little more nuance in the sense that it could be that this is more frequently where they hear notes about climate from. And I think perhaps that could be unpacked. There were many other dimensions that we explored, of course, in terms of what the personal connection with climate is, how much you speak to peers and people you know around climate, and what primarily your concern is around climate change information. I will also say, I think the one thing that we have seen intensify both in terms of its recurrence and the level of damage is extreme weather events. And I think increasingly that is going to become quite front and center in terms of conversations, both about what we're providing as information around climate change and how audiences are consuming, responding, and using that. So let me pause there and I'll sort of hand the floor back to you, Anouk.
Yes, thank you so much, Mitali. So Mark, you have a question for Mitali, but I could also see you struggle which of these slides to pick. There's so much interesting information on there.
Well, actually, I was thinking as I watched this, my mind was flashing back to Chernobyl, and I was thinking about how the Green Party became a political force in France overnight when the government denied that radioactivity was coming across the German border, and the Greens suddenly became the only credible party in the country. That was when they came into the parliament. So, well, I guess people pay a price for misinformation too. Mitali, there's a question I've been dying to ask you. It's based on one of the facts in your reports on the climate audience. You point out that people who regularly use climate news report that they feel more empowered and less depressed. They know what's coming. They have an idea of how to defend themselves or at least how to mitigate some effects in their own life. So we've asked this question a couple times today, but I think you're particularly well positioned to answer it, which is, should our role in this moment, not should, but is it a viable role in this moment to give more news that they value to people who actually care about climate news than to worry about persuading people who are either misinformed or uninterested?
It's such a great question, and I know that you and I have sort of unpacked this in the last few conversations that we've had. Let me break this up, Mark, in a couple of bits. The first thing is that there is an experience or a lived experience from the COVID era that we have in terms of pointing to how audiences respond to a situation when they have more information and are accessing more news. So just as we saw in the time of COVID, people who consumed more news and information around the pandemic were better prepared to spot and identify misinformation. I think that's important because climate is, it's not an apples to apples, because climate is a far longer sort of stream of consciousness that we need to be alert to. But there is definitely a sense that the more audiences across these 8 countries, of course, that were coming back and consuming information felt more prepared around particular climate issues. I think, you know, Alistair was using the sort of inoculation comparative earlier, and that's true. Prevention is better than cure, and that's something we've seen. The second thing is that there is a but to this particular finding, which is that while we found that there was quite a bit of recall around climate events, there was much lower understanding of climate policy and what individual governments were doing around policy. So I think the one to sort of attack more deeply is, what are we doing about informing larger audiences about policy actions that are being taken, and at a very simplistic level, how they impact their lives. And I think that's where the buck should stop. Where is the value for me as an audience member, as a reader, as a citizen? And the third thing I will say, which is sort of my glimmer of hope moment, is that it started in the BBC, and now increasingly news organizations around the world are sort of building a wheel of user needs, if you will. You know, what is the value that audiences are looking for, and what can be fit into that? So whether it's, you know, it's entertain me or educate me or challenge me, there's different ways you can break up that wheel. And increasingly across the 48 countries that we span in our digital news report, audiences have come back saying that there's a greater need for the educate me bit, there's a greater need for the enlighten me bit. People want to know more, they want to feel more informed, they want to feel more empowered with that knowledge, and I think that's something that climate can certainly speak to quite immediately. They feel quite well served when you talk about politics and general news updates, but they don't feel that well addressed when it comes to some of these needs.
Thank you, Mitali. Very interesting, and we'll be right back with you when we enter the Q&A, I think. But first, Mark, let me ask you a question now. Hearing all of this, what do you think? Can we be hopeful that this information about climate change is being fought the world over?
Can we feel confident that it's being fought? Well, look, the fact-checking movement is little more than a decade old. Am I wrong about that, Syed? You were there.
Yeah, around, I think since Poynter established IFC at Poynter Institute, it's been more than 10 years.
Yeah, it was, I think it was around 2010 that it became a presence, and then it became a movement. And fact-checking in itself isn't going to do it. Okay, there's just too much misinformation. The fact-checkers burn out, like the moderators on the social networks who go through hideous stuff every day. So, yes, misinformation is not guaranteed to win the day, but you know, Mitali said something really crucial about that just now, the lived experience. You know, if we're giving the people the information that changes their lives in a positive way, you know, Ulrich spoke about that this morning. He said, you want to be somebody's friend. A friend isn't just saying, give me money. A friend is saying, how can I make your life better? If we're providing that information, yes, I think things are going to go better, but we're never going to get rid of this stuff, certainly not while state actors are boosting and amplifying it.
Good. Let's go over to the Q&A part of this panel now. And as before, people online are free to post their questions in the chat, and I'll see them come in here. Or you in the audience can raise your hand. But first, we had a question that was being sent to us already prior to this broadcast from New York. We have Anastasia Cole-Plakius. She's the co-founder of the Brooklyn Grange Farm, a rooftop farming initiative. And she wrote to us, to urge that we think about the pushback to greenwashing, that we must avoid over-promoting the benefits of positive initiatives. So I'll read out to you what she wrote to us. So she sends, when we first started our business, we were overwhelmed by media reports that rooftop farms like ours had the potential to feed entire cities. We knew this was ludicrous, but if you hear something enough times, you do start to believe it. The pressure to be the silver bullet our food system so badly needs put undue pressure on us to scale and work far beyond the scope of what is practical, causing us to externalize costs and exploit resources in pursuit of a logical fallacy. Since we've right-sized our expectations and goals, we've actually measured an impact that's exponentially greater. Small steps do not need to be painted as giant leaps in order to be worth reporting. It's healthier to balance stories of tidal change with narratives of community-led initiatives and incremental progress that create a ripple effect.
Well,
Powerful
she doesn't use the
statement.
word, but when we over-promote, we're engaging in misinformation.
Exactly. Now, Mitali, can we get you back on the screen looking at the tech in the back? Yes, thank you. So, Mitali, this warning Anastasia gives off, she has a point though, right? Are we so eager to hear about the solutions for climate change that we tend to blow them out of proportion?
I think there's two parts to this. One, I think Anastasia is sort of the very small community that should feel flattered to be getting that much attention around a positive story. Generally, the problem for audiences engaging with climate change news is the fact that A, it's all gloom and doom, and B, that they feel quite unempowered to do something about it. So even people, Mark, who engage with this news at a deeper level are more likely to understand and agree with broader issues, such as I'm going to stop using plastic, or I'm going to limit other ways that I use some of these items, versus taking very large decisions, such as cutting down on travel or changing completely their dietary habits. These are difficult things for people to move individually. So I will say, Anouk, to answer that, this underlines the important relationship that the science has with the journalism, where it's important to provide stories of hope to a wider audience, but it's important always to put those stories in that grid of context. So you need to have the right opinion that is explaining to audiences in a way that is easily relatable to them what exactly this initiative is, what the capacity of this initiative is in terms of achieving change. I'm sorry, I have no idea why those balloons went up. Maybe it's celebration of good choices in climate, and really, what the scope of it is. So I think it's sort of a two-step dance between the world of science and the world of journalism, and there needs to be constant communication between the two.
Clear. Thank you so much, Mitali. Then we also have a French NGO in the room. Eva, Luna, I'm looking for you guys here. Oh, sorry, I have a question in the back. Should we do that first and then we'll go to you guys?
Yeah.
Let's see if we have a microphone. Yes. Is it on? I don't think so. There's some running going on behind you, so it will be solved in a minute, I'm sure.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
So my name is Katarina Maskant, and I work at Teneo, where we advise different companies, corporates, on sustainability, climate, circularity, and especially in the Brussels bubbles, as we would say, and that's where we are at the moment here in the room. So I just wanted to ask you about the role of corporate voices, and especially progressive corporate voices. I think during the last almost decade, I think we've had a lot of discussion 2016-17 within the corporate world about activism. This was, of course, after a certain election in the US. But now I think the pendulum has swung to the other side. Instead of seeing kind of the activists being out there talking about the need of change and need for decarbonization, I see that corporates are hesitating. And we still kind of see the green hushing. They have the sustainability policies, they're trying to create change, but they're more reluctant to talk about it. So maybe it's for you, Alistair, from the Commission, how do you see the need to have you know, a diverse business voice, progressive business voices out there that dare to actually tell, you know, their story as well, not only the vested interests. Thank you.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think it's vital that we have voices from all different strata of society, including industry and business. It needs to be made clear that everybody has a role. So, of course, as a governmental organisation, we have a role, but industries and business are going to be vital in that green transition, and we have to be careful to avoid greenwashing. And I think, I mean, I'd have to go to colleagues in other departments, but I know there's sorry, I'm blanking. There's a need to put regulation in place to kind of make sure that corporations can't get away with greenwashing without any kind of with impunity. That being said, I think it's also important that voices from industry that are responsible voices that are talking about climate change and the work they're doing, that those voices are heard, because I think the more people are aware of actors taking action, the more real it becomes in people's minds, that public perception, that there's often a temptation to put your head in the sand and just kind of look away and hope that everything will just get better. And I think the more that it's widespread, that this is happening, people are making changes, investments are being made, financial flows are changing, it cements that in people's mind. Sorry to use a cement analogy, but yeah, I think that's what I'd say off the top of my head.
Sven, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, just one comment to add, actually, literally on that. When we worked with one media company, actually, their business department was really proud to show their net zero plan. And it was like, what did we make out of it? It's like, that's not for me to comment on. But you may want to, you know, listen to our next greenwashing seminar. Ivan has been part of that, and Sören gave. And then they sort of, because they were really keen to communicate this, you know, we're a company that's going to go. And they dropped that plan, because they literally saw what we're advising journalists to look after, and I think that's a good thing. Because, you know, actions matter, and then speak about them. And if you just have a plan where, you know, you are yourself not sure where this is going, I'm not sure that is a very clever idea to make bold statements and then have Ivan's journalists, you know, poking holes in this, and then that's how you lose trust in the end. You know, if you wanna do something that works, do it with your employees, start there, then talk about it, rather than sort of like, you can still be supportive, and you should be, and saying this is an important issue and we're doing our best. But, you know, I would balance that a little bit, you know, because otherwise we get into this death spiral where trust gets lost, because bold statements not backed up by action, probably worse than making no statement at all.
Thanks so much. Let's now go over to Eva Luna from the Quota Climat. Let's see where we have the microphone. So you're from a French NGO called Quota Climat, and you have an idea about using AI to fight disinformation about climate change. Can you first tell us a bit more about what Quota Climat is about?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Quota Climat is a French NGO working to improve and increase the media coverage of environmental issues, and also dedicated to fight against climate disinformation, but specifically in mainstream media. And also we are members of the coalition, the international coalition named Climate Action Against Disinformation. In 2 years, we managed to do a lot of things, actually. We drafted a bill and carried it politically at the French Parliament, and it's going to be examined in a few weeks. We are leading the creation of a media observatory on climate issues and on the coverage of climate issues that is going live on November. And it's actually a premiere in the world to have such a national observatory on on the coverage of climate issues. Thanks to our detection work, we managed to have the French Broadcasting Authority sanction for the first time a media for climate disinformation at the French level. And as you said it, we recently developed an AI tool allowing us to quantify and detect the number of cases of climate disinformation in the media. And so, for instance, in France, in one single radio channel for 3 months, we detected 58 cases of pure disinformation. So this proves that it's systemic.
Maybe I'm going to go a bit further on this. Just to follow up on what Eva was saying, basically our findings demonstrate that climate disinformation is a systemic problem. It's not only on social media, but it's also in the news media. And today it was really interesting because we talked about the importance of covering better the climate crisis, so having more like quality information on environmental issues. But there are also like actors with vested interests spreading disinformation. And we have that in the news media. They're actually normalizing and rationalizing climate disinformation. And that's a big issue. So you were talking about bringing it like a step further. And we talked about, I mean, competencies, skills, better journalism, investigative journalism. But what about regulation as well? Like, of course, we need to combine it with democratic principles to protect freedom of expression, but it wouldn't be, like, for example, at European level, wouldn't be necessary to like uphold our regulatory frameworks to better tackle climate disinformation, to make sure also we fight the climate crisis on time with like the same evidence base for everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Well, yesterday, ExxonMobil, we had the announcement that they're being prosecuted in California for overselling the possibility of recycling plastics. Can you imagine prosecution of news media for overselling climate misinformation?
Persecution and regulation are two different things.
I understand they are, but that's not what I asked you.
I mean, the objective wouldn't be to like increase mistrust in the news media, but better regulate would be to increase trust actually, so that people are sure that the information that is circulated in the news media is fact-based, always fact-checked, and also is aligned with public interest, which is protecting the environment and like current and future generations.
Well, I find it fascinating. I can also think that certain media would object that it would increase their operating costs. I mean, I've lived in France for 42 years. I don't think until very recently I ever saw a newspaper in France that had a fact checker.
Without fact checker?
No, that had one.
Ah, that had one?
Yeah.
Yeah, a few media outlets have fact-checking
A
centers
few.
and teams. Yeah.
Very few within recent years, and I'm sure AFP does all over the place.
I can see Yvonne nodding. Do you want to respond, maybe?
Please.
No, I don't want to. Yeah, I mean, Le Monde, Libération. I don't know 10 years, 20 years ago, but we have. I think the fact-checking network in all over Europe is pretty strong. And for the record, I don't think we should prosecute media.
You don't think it's good to prosecute
That's a
media?
slippery slope.
Well, I wasn't proposing it. I was just asking about it.
Okay.
Thank you so much for saying that. I think globally there's a consensus that AI is going to be a fundamental tool for checking, mis and disinformation. Big major organizations across the world, everyone almost, are actually investing resources to build. Like we developed something on health misinformation, which tracks vaccine-related misinformation. The biggest challenge is when you observe the content is a manual work. You need to watch videos to see what is this person saying. And it takes a lot of time, actually. So a lot of companies globally have developed tools which scrap the data. You don't need to watch a video. Like the tool we have developed, we call it ANEC. You just have to open the tool, and it scraps the data related to vaccines, misinformation. So in the next couple of years, you will see mainstream organizations investing into the AI essentially to do something what we call early detection of disinformation, so that it doesn't go viral. And because we work closely with tech platforms, and we see in each tech platform, whether that is Meta, Google, TikTok, there is a lot of discussion about climate misinformation, particularly in the last 4 or 5 years, that what are their responsibilities? Because like in a country like India, we recently came up with something called safe harbor policy. That means if there's a content on a particular social media platform, the platform is responsible for that content actually. And they have to remove content within 1 hour, whenever there is an alert for them to raise it. They cannot say we can't delete it. And if they do that, then they will be removed from the safe harbor policy. They will be kind of penalized for that spreading misinformation.
Okay, I think we have Mitali on the screen as well, wanting to respond. Go ahead, Mitali.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick point. First, very happy to hear that Ivan agrees we shouldn't arrest the journalists. We have enough of that happening. Ivan is a member of the Oxford Climate Network Advisory Board, and I'm so glad to see him there and sharing, all his wisdom with the audience. I wanted to make 2 quick points. One is that I think it's important we address the elephant in the room when we're having a conversation around misinformation, which is to say that 9 times out of 10, misinformation comes from the very top. This is the problem. It's not so much about what your neighbor is telling you, but it is about what your political leader is telling you or someone else in a position of influence. I mean, just think back to a few months ago when there was a snowstorm in Texas. Very quickly, the Republican Party made that about a Biden decision, saying it's because of his climate change policies, there's not enough energy that's available, which is why there's been a snowstorm and then a power outage. This was patently false, but this was coming right from the top. So I think when we think about misinformation as a construct, it's really important to be aware of what the biggest source is, and how checking that is often the biggest challenge for journalism and for any other organization. The second thing that I will say is that I think we should proceed with caution when we sort of decide that greater regulation is the answer to all our problems. Saeed is from India, and as has been the experience, not just for South Asia, but many parts of the world, it becomes a tool for governments to increase regulation on journalists, on critical voices, to then say, well, what you've said is false, and we say so. We sort of just missed by the skin of our teeth in India an IT regulation and information technology regulation change that would essentially suggest that if you even retweeted something, you could be held criminally liable for it. So I think, regulation is important. It sets safeguards. It sets a safety net, but it is also and can be a slippery slope because what it can do is actually damage the very parties that are trying to bring out more critical reportage and more critical voices around policies.
Thank you, Mitali. And also to set the record straight, you guys from Quota Klima did not say persecution. You said regulation.
Yeah, I was gonna say it because we are absolutely not suggesting that journalists should be prosecuted. It was a question that was asked to us, but just to make it clear, also the regulation proposal we're advocating for is to give competence to independent broadcasting authorities and not to states. And I think the difference is critical, because if you give it to state, of course there is state influence in the journalistic word being broadcasted, but if you give it to independent broadcasting authorities, it just enforces the quality of the information being produced, as it is being done, for example, for other issues such as parity or defamation. Regulation already exists, and the question here is, given the systemacy of climate disinformation and the danger it poses to democracy, when is the regulatory approach being put forward at European level?
Thank you so much for clarifying and also for being here today. It's very great to have you. Now, when it comes to disinformation and trust, those aren't merely concerns when it comes to climate communication in media. Actually, sustainable ambitions from commercial businesses are subject to more and stricter sustainability claims directives. with the aim to fight greenwashing, and minding your words has become a big thing. Now, we have with us Jonathan Hall, Global Director of Sustainability at Kantar, on the screen, I think. Let's see if we can get him up here. Hey, Jonathan, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Great to be here.
Welcome. Now, given the data that Kantar gathers, what is the consumer's general view on sustainability?
Yeah, I guess I'll be bringing a slightly different perspective here. I mean, I think what we see from different data sets over many years is that consumers' attitudes and beliefs with regard to sustainability have remained remarkably consistent over time. Now, that's likely because for every force that results in a sort of lessening of relative importance that we see amongst our client base, for example, cost of living crisis or inflation, there tends to be an opposite force. And someone's already mentioned the increasing prevalence of devastating weather events that people feel very, very personally as citizens and as consumers. Now, that's not to, of course, minimize the threat or impact of misinformation, and clearly we'll be tracking and reporting on that over time. But I guess what our data shows that across the world, in 35 countries, 40 countries across the world, 93% of people say that they want to live a more sustainable lifestyle, but only around 10% say they're actually following through. And this is what many people in the audience will know is called the value action gap. Some people call it the say-do gap, so the gap between people's stated values and beliefs with regard to social and environmental sustainability and their actual behaviours. Now, some people say, well, there's some overclaim, there's some virtue signalling there, and of course there will be some of that. But I think the important truth here is that people face very significant and concrete challenges that inhibit their adoption of sustainable behaviours. And I think it's already been spoken about the notion of lived experience and how we really need to demonstrate empathy within our communication strategies and executions, which really, we're not just pumping out rational communications and expecting those to stick. We're actually really understanding the nuances and the challenges that people face in their everyday lives. And the specifics of those barriers vary, of course, by category or by industry sector. But, it's not rocket science. The most common ones are price, their convenience, their accessibility of the products and services. There's performance and performance perceptions. There's quality, and then there's the clarity of communication. So I think those are some of the very real challenges that we need to empathise and meet people where they are.
Great, but then the question, of course, is, Jonathan, how do we address the issue of greenwashing? How do we get sustainability right?
Yeah, well, you mentioned in the video up front, from our data, pretty shockingly, 52% of people across the world say they have seen or heard false or misleading information about sustainable actions taken by brands. And that is directly leading to an erosion of trust, word we've been using a lot in the last hour or so, that frankly is catastrophic for brands and businesses. What we've, as well as that erosion of trust, what we see from the data is that the more people that actually actively seek out solutions, the more they do something, the more they perceive greenwashing. The more they perceive greenwashing, the more they actually start to drop products and services out of their consideration set. So the more people become more knowledgeable, the more they sense greenwashing, the more that leads to trust and mistrust and rejection. So real challenges there. And I think, what we've been doing is looking at that notion of the relationship between people and brands with regards to trust and reputation. And I think, we've seen over the last 25 plus years the importance of things, of course, like expertise and, being good at what you do, reputation, and so not abusing your size and scale in the marketplace. But also, I think increasingly what it's allowed us to see is how things are changing over time. And I think what we've identified is three big things around trust. that we call the 3 I's. So integrity, identification, inclusion, that businesses can start to think about. Integrity is about having clear commitments, doing what you say you're going to do. People have talked about actions here. It's not just about words, it's about actions. Identification, I think, is one of the most powerful sources of trust in times of disruption and uncertainty, like now, like since we've been seeing since 2008 and the financial crisis, and we're going to see in the foreseeable future. And behavioral science, of course, tells us that as human beings, we're hardwired to identify with and trust people with a shared set of values and goals. So identification critical. And the final one is inclusion. And we know that unfamiliarity is a barrier to a closer connection between people and businesses. So we need to look to see how we can create that human connection more mindfully.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Unfortunately, the connection is not too good at some points in this talk. We got a lot of what you told us. And I think we're going to end it here. Thank you so much for joining us. Jonathan is in New York, like a lot of people dealing with climate change right now. So thank you so much. And then I would actually want to move on to another topic. And that's something you mentioned earlier on, Mark, is how dreadful it sometimes must be to work with dealing with disinformation. What does that do to people? Sven, do you, because klimafakten, you should... Probably you'll run into this on a daily basis.
Yes, we do. And again, 2 answers. One has been given earlier this morning. I mean, this whole action, sparks hope or, gives agency. I think that's something that helps us to deal with that. But you're raising a very good point. And, one of the sessions we had at our own conference now was about journalism and mental health, with a specific focus on the question to create resilience in a world where wherever you are and which facts you're focusing on, you will face, as I said, we're now entering a debate where the question whether it's factually correct becomes, it is always important to be factually correct, but the interpretation of those facts will become ever more emotional because we're talking about concrete actions. So the responses from the news audiences, and that's what, I don't know, most people here know that if you have your email address somewhere, can be quite ferocious. If you reported something they did not like, and that does not mean it is factually incorrect, but they didn't like it for whatever reason. And so, yeah, I think this is a very important point. So 2 answers. One is, we'll keep going and dealing with our sort of toolkit with it. But the other thing is we are now working with colleagues, great colleague from mine from Reuters Times, who's now specializing in the question of mental health and resilience for people in the media sphere to add another layer of support.
Thank you. Alistair, is this something that you deal with as well in your network of people fighting disinformation? Is this a topic that you discuss over coffee, or how do you deal with it?
Well, it's certainly something that comes back again and again. You can't escape from it. I think we have to take it as it's part of our job is dealing with it and trying to be resilient to it, but making sure that we're prepared. We have this network internally in the Commission where we discuss and hopefully also act. Yeah, it's tricky, but I think we just need to prepare ourselves, arm ourselves, equip ourselves with the arguments, and empower others to make those arguments for us a bit. But looking at the data that Natalia was showing about trust in governments, I was not surprised, but interested to see the level of trust in government. And I think that's part of our work also needs to be empowering others to take on that fact checkers. And for instance, in the Commission, part of our work is what we call the European Climate Pact, which is the Commission trying to kind of encourage a group of activists on the ground in all EU member states and giving them some of the tools that we've prepared, but which kind of empower them as more trusted voices, greater proximity to real people, rather than the Brussels bubble, to do some of that work as well. So that's one way we try to spread the bird.
great. Now, Mitali, you are also part of the Oxford Climate Journalism Network. You're also training journalists. What do you tell them about dealing with disinformation? Oh, we lost Mitali, I see. All right. Then maybe, Syed, we'll ask you. You took a different approach with Shakti. So you had a rapid response team to address disinformation. But what made that approach effective?
I think, honestly, the collaboration is the answer. We cannot solve it. People will say, okay, we will do research, or people will say we will fact check, or journalism will say we will report about it. I don't think that is really the full solution. It has to be a whole society approach. And also disinformation or harming other human beings is a very much capacity of a human being. We will keep lying throughout our life. And I think this is a challenge which will remain with us for a long time to go now. So we need to really think of a long-term strategy and listening to different stakeholders. In one of our learnings, we found out that the community radio stations are very effective tool actually to reach communities, more than newspapers, more than other organizations. We're also looking at if people find out that this works in some place, it may provide inspiration for people in other countries. They will at least try to see what worked. So we are actually bringing, just next month, we are bringing 12 Asian climate reporters together in Sri Lanka. And they will work together for 6 months looking at cross-border issues where they can look at, for example, air pollution in Delhi and Pakistan. It kills millions of people now. We don't have, there's no data, by the way, but if you look at anecdotal evidence of the lung cancer in Delhi, it's astonishing, the numbers in hospitals. But we don't have data. Nobody collects this data. So, but now the journalists from Pakistan and journalists from India will work together for 6 months, at least to figure out, visiting different hospitals, collecting anecdotal evidence, what is happening and why we're not able to solve. So I think collaboration is the key, and I will come back to my key learning from Shakti. If you really want to do big things, make things easy. Make things easy for everyone. Do not complicate things. Try, don't have all the questions. You cannot solve all the questions in one go. Just go with the one thing, try it, learn from it, improve upon, and then go from there.
We have one more question in the room, but let's get a microphone here. Boris, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for all the reflections. And actually, I would like to just give back one thought. And I think the most effective way to fight disinformation is to invest in good journalism and protect investigative journalism and other forms of journalism and value it. Pay for your article, pay for journalism, pay for a subscription because they need it. Because there's not a lot of money flowing into good journalism and good independent journalism. They're exposed to so many different pressures from governments, from companies, from everybody, from the society at large, that this is an incredible unsafe job. It's not only here in Europe, but also in other parts of the world. And I think we need to pay tribute to the incredible work of independent journalists and climate journalists that are every day going out there to tell the story and protect them. And their people are dying doing their job to give you information. And we need to really value their wonderful job. And value means also money. So compensate for what they do and protect them. So that's a little bit what I would like to
Thank you, Boris. I think you won't find anyone here disagreeing with that in this room.
Allow me to add one point. I think we need to do a better job of telling people about the value we bring them. To demonstrate it, to show them how we're making their lives better, to be that friend that Ulrich talked about earlier today. You know, one of my colleagues said to me once, he never saw an industry where people spent so much time making a great product and so little time making sure that it hits.
Good reflections. We're going to end this panel right now. Thank you so much to everyone in this panel and to you in the room and on the screens also for your perspectives. Now, after all that has been said and discussed today, and before we head into the last segment of today's program, the wrap-up, we want to end the debate part with a video that kind of pulls together some of the main takeaways from our speakers today. So let's have a look. Thank you, guys.
We're so plagued by negativity about the climate crisis that we forget the positive action and initiatives that are already being taken. 61% of people pay a lot of attention to environmental and societal issues in the news. People feel more empowered when consuming news about climate change. Almost half of people in the UK and France agree that news related to climate change leaves them wanting to know more. Evidence also suggests that regular climate news readers are more likely to say they will take some of the more popular actions, like recycling and using less energy. But there's a disconnection between climate change news and people's understanding of it. 40% of people say that they know at least a moderate amount about global policy initiatives to tackle climate change, and more frequent news users feel no more knowledgeable. The news agenda has a unique opportunity to provide an education about climate change, increase knowledge, and engage the disengaged. Research suggests the news agenda can increase awareness and accurate information sharing by providing different perspectives and optimism, hearing from experts to increase understanding, ensuring audience and content diversity, making it local and immediate so that it resonates with audiences, inspires them, and shows solutions. Grab the audience's attention, make it easy to understand, and provide explanations. 71% of people support immediate action by government to address climate change. We have a real opportunity here to inspire people and make them feel empowered to take action on climate change.
So I think it's been a long, very interesting day, and we're going to wrap this up right now and hope to see you later to discuss your opinions and perspectives some more afterwards. But now, Mark, I'm going to ask you, what do you say about what we've heard and done here today?
Well, I've never seen a movement like this. Excuse me, I think I should turn that on. I've never seen a movement like this. Okay, in 40 years in journalism, I've never seen so many people coming together from so many places around one issue. From investigation, I mean, new forces are coming up at the same time: solutions journalism, constructive journalism, different ideas, different perspectives, and different tools. Okay, large organizations like the AFP are being changed by this. The way we think of what we allow ourselves to think about. You know, covering the news as something where a future happens today, and we're building a future today, the future of the planet. Even this would never have existed 10 years ago. You know, so there's one aspect that I hope is going to be coming up more. You know, I was very happy to hear Shireen say that they're going to open source their experiments. I think we need a lot more of that. You know, we're in a phase of co-opetition now. People are competing for the same publics, they're competing for the same funding. That's great, but it would also be great, it would even be greater in fact, if people were sharing more information about what works and how things can grow in the future. Mm-hmm. You know, make the pie bigger instead of fighting for a bigger piece of the pie. Mm-hmm.
Good point. So, I think for me, two words that have really stuck with me from what we've heard today are community and connection. We've spoken about how to instigate action, both from the perspective of the individual as well as from joint efforts. We've heard how we can be hesitant sometimes to put the emphasis on the topic of climate change because we might look activistic or we might look political. But what binds us all together is the belief that climate change should be halted and that as many people as possible need to get behind that idea to make that come true. So what we've done here today is bring together a community of its own, one that inspired and challenged each other, and now let's see how we can keep that dialogue running. And with that, we will wrap up for today. We will come back to you later on in October with a compilation of the day, one more newsletter with insights and overviews of what was discussed, and who knows, perhaps we'll have another event like this in the future. Thank you all so much for joining us, for sharing your viewpoints, and inspiring ideas. And a big thanks to all our speakers and to our challenges in the rooms and on the screens. It was great to have you. It was also, I have to say, amazing how many of you joined us online today. It is truly a humbling experience. So everyone in the room here is leaving with a print version of our very own progressive climate newsletter, The Edit. And for everyone on the screen, you will find a QR code or a link to sign up if you're interested in the chat. Thank you all for being here today. Have a lovely evening, and thank you and goodbye.
Hola, welcome to the Good News Roundup.
That is the best job creator when you go green.
Is this Dutch weather? I always think.
Can I just say a warm word of thanks to Vattenfall, to Anouk, Mark and your team for bringing this amazing community together and inviting us all. Thank you.
Great. And for all of you here, we'll have drinks downstairs, so I hope to see you there later.
Hola, welcome to the Good News Roundup.
That is the best job creator when you go green.
Is this Dutch weather? I always think, okay, but it's wind production today.
The more tools we have in our arsenal to fight climate change, the better.
Now, tackling climate change is something that ITV are committed to. Alice, an all-electric aircraft, just carried out her maiden flight in the United States.
Just take green energy, which today is cheaper than fossil fuel-based energy.
You can now buy from IKEA so